Beautiful conditions continue to be with us here at Malteenoes. The final of the Guyana Cricket Board Under-19 in the county tournament, bringing together usual rivals Demerara and Berbice. Berbice batting first after they were sent in by Demerara. First over just completed. Saw some extras in that opening over. Good testing over from seamer Wavell Hines. Wavell Allen. John Ramsing here with me. Inderjeet, it's a good toss to win. Good conditions for cricket. Familiar rivals on the field again.
Hello to you, John. Hello to our listeners and viewers. Yes, I think it's a good toss to win. Had a little visit to the pitch this morning. There's some moisture there. Not really soft, but you can see the moisture. And I guess whichever team wins the toss would have definitely sent the opposition into bat. Because when it comes to the halfway stage in the first innings, it's going to become a better pitch to bat on.
2 days ago, right here at Malteenoes, Demerara with a powerful batting lineup got the better of Berbice. Set a target of 224. They got it quite easily with Captain Mavindra Dindiya showing his class. It's a magnificent 100. So these teams again at each other. So not a lot separating these teams on paper, but when they get in the middle now, where it matters, you can see the rivalry and the competitiveness.
Yes, certainly, and everybody look forward for this final. Berbice, of course, they're the defending champions. They won last year. It was a round robin tournament. This year, another match has been introduced, and that's the final. And that's what we are witnessing out in the middle.
So Lim starts a new over and already buys. So the keeper, I noticed that the keeper, he's moving with the bowler as he's going in. So the keeper's not having a steady base. And the second time in consecutive overs, the ball has slipped through.
Yes, and that's not good enough. You expect your keeper there to be a balanced position. You get up as late as possible, because then you're able to judge what the ball is going to do. Alvin Mahabir is keeping for the Demerara team, and there again, Alvin is walking up. Very rarely, I can't recall seeing a wicket-keeper actually taking up a position, and as the bowler moves in, he walks towards the bowler. That's kind of strange for me.
I know keepers would take maybe a 1 or 2 step just to steady themselves, but this he's walking as if he's feeling in the deep. We'll have a look at him in a few moments. But lots of extras in this innings so far for Berbice. Another one. So Ramnath brothers at the crease, Ramprasad and Rampratab, doing a job at the top of the order for their county in their familiar red and black. Always a good spectacle, especially in the bright sunshine that we're getting.
Yes, John, you mentioned the two brothers, Rampatab and Rampasad. Not very often you see two brothers playing together, much more opening the batting. I recall, I think it was way back in 1996, the two Chattagoon brothers, right-handed Hemnarain Chattagoon and the left-handed Sinarain Chattagoon from Albion. They opened the batting for Berbice against Essequibo. Hello to you, Hemnarain. He's in Jamaica. He's celebrating a wedding anniversary with his wife. Saw him responding to Avinash Ramzan post yesterday. Of course, you would have had quite a few brothers playing the game together, not necessarily opening the batting.
Recently, there's Royston and Eason Crandon. Royston used to open the batting, especially in limited overs, and Crandon with his brother Eason with the ball, open the ball in.
John, this is good bowling here. This is just short of a length. Got up from the pitch, but very slowly. Rampasad had all the time in the world to defend down towards the short cover region. Eason Crandon actually opened the batting for Guyana in the Stanford T20 tournament. Played for West Indies in the Sixers in Hong Kong. But yes, you're right. There are two brothers who represented Berbice and Guyana, the Chinsami brothers.
Then right in Berbice, the Nagamutus. Runs off the bat. This time usually feels good in the JIT. Small venue, but our outfield not as smooth as you would like for it, but it will work for both sides. High scoring venue. That pitch in the JIT. I played club cricket here for DCC back in the days. Used to be a lovely wicket to bat on. And during that same period, Colin Stewart, when he was at the Under-19 level, and then he went on to play for Guyana at the senior level, was very quick, and you see the ball would be bouncing evenly, and the pace was nice.
The pace was nice. Colin Stewart, one of our best fast bowlers we produced over the years in Guyana, had a lovely action. He and Ryan King in tandem. Normally looks real good. And it's early days. These two youngsters out in the middle understand the importance of them batting through this difficult period when the pitch might be a little bit slow.
So again, the keeper not handling it very well. Allowing extras to be conceded. So extras to end by is signaled by the umpire as the end of 2 overs. 22 without loss.
Yes, John, I agree with you. Alvin Mahabir has not been doing a good job behind the stump so far, leaking buys. That's something he needs to correct very, very fast. It's a final. Your team has done extremely well. In the preliminary rounds, Demerara just romped to a 7-wicket victory against defending champions Berbice with 14.1 overs to spare. That will tell you the devastation Berbice faced there. And, batting first here on a pitch that's not all the best for batting at this stage. As the sun continues to stream down, it's going to get much better. You just don't want to give away too many extras. It's a strong Berbice batting lineup, and certainly with these two out in the middle, they're getting easy runs. They'll take that any day.
I'm impressed with the pace of Wavell Allen. Earlier I gave him a new name, Wavell Hines.
Well, one can understand that, John. We did so much commentaries, Barbados against Guyana. Wavell Hines, one time the skipper of the Barbados squad.
Jamaica, actually. Wavell Hines of Jamaica.
Oh, I'm talking about Ryan Hines, right?
Yeah. We're looking at Alvin Mahabir here. We'll see him walking up as the ball is coming in. Just have a good look at him. Quite tall for a wicket-keeper. And they're doing what we're seeing in the modern game in the G, putting the pads in their trousers. Look at him walk. But this time he skips around nicely. So the whites continues.
With John, I agree. Not to be too hard on them, but just look at the two teams on the board. Demerara Under-19, Mavendra Dindial, Alvin Mahabir, Anton Lim, Jonathan Van Lang, Krishna Singh, Niran Bani, Riyad Latif, Romeo Denarine, Sachin Balgobin, Wavell Allen, and Zachary Joda.
Berbice Rampatop Ramnath and his brother at the top of the order, Rampasad. Familiar team that we saw earlier in the tournament. Just one change I'm seeing.
And Wavell Allen continued to bowl well here today. He's tall, he's slim, and certainly has a good rhythm. And when you have those long arms, you want to ensure that you use that.
Yeah, Fras Buru, Ayende Roger, Damian Cecil, Kevin Kiston, Kumar Diopasad both very well in the last game. Machu Pataya Rashad Ghaffar and Salim Khan. But Sanjay Algu was there as well. It's leg breaks.
Two very good teams coming up against each other.
Zachary Joda and his fast bowling some discussion. Good to see Zachary lending some advice to the fast bowler. Nice rhythmic run up he has, but something not right. I think it's at the crease.
Yes, maybe at the point of delivery there felt that his momentum wasn't the best. And he did the right thing, just comes off the run and will have to go back to the top of his long mark once again. Zachary Joda has played a lot of cricket for his age. He's very experienced.
Extra pace. And Rampasad there was beaten, but look at the keeper as well. Up too close in the jeet, and he himself was beaten.
Yes, he took it in the gloves, but not one of the best take that he would
Extra
have
pace.
wanted if that
And
ball had
Rampasad
spilled
there.
through. You know, maybe towards the left of the palm, it could have crashed into his face. He has to be careful here. You know, the distance he's keeping between the stumps and himself, and looking at the bounce of the pitch. Extra energy from Wavell Allen.
Turning the wrist, but there's protection. So it's even bounce. He's trusting the bounce now, the batsman. And nice, not trying to hit it too hard.
Yes, John, he played that with good technique. Just getting inside the line of the delivery. Good turn of the wrist and kept it down well. And he's bowling to his field because he has a man down out at long leg where that ball went, but all along the ground.
You tend to see those type of fields in limited overs at the start. Third man and fine leg right back. It's not a big field, like I said earlier, to protect. So those deep fielders will have their work cut out.
This time, John, I think it was right on the money, right on the body of the batsman, no width, no room. And the left-handed Rampatap played well. Of course, he's looking to have a good season. He's so far having a good one. Came very close in making the Harpy Eagles 4-day squad. Missed out on that squad. Did not have the best of seasons last year. And I'm sure he's an intelligent young man. He will want to ensure this season is a good one for him.
So Wavell Allen is going round the wicket this time, and in fact changed him back.
He's not satisfied exactly. He wants the slip in Jonathan Van Lang. I think that's the attention he's looking for. Well, that has not been the case. It was a crisp looking on drive down towards mid-on. The end of a good over, 24 without loss. And when you look at that score, 24 without loss, 3 overs gone. They're scoring at 8 runs and over. You look at Rampatab, he's on 1 from 8 deliveries. Rampasad 3 from 10. That will tell you the number of extras that has been given away so far. You take 4 from the 24, that's 20 extras. And in over number 3, that's a huge amount. I remember, I think one of the games, was it Essequibo against the Select 11? Some 65 extras were given away. That's something that teams need to work on. And Avinash Ramzan said to me, round 1 of the competition, where all 4 teams took part, there were 93 extras in total. Round 2, I beg your pardon.
It's part of the game, but when it played that big role, it tells a lot about the players that are partaking in that particular game. Or in that case, 2 rungs, 2 teams. difficult.
And always it's deemed the clash of the giants when Berbice and Demerara come up against each other. You can expect something real good. In the last game in the preliminaries, they did reach each other. But Bhavendra Dindyal separated the two teams with that sparkling 100.
Had a good partnership with Alfred Mahabir as well. That really set things up nicely. Lim continues. Beautiful shot to begin over number 4. Deep fielder in Van Lang is right back at cover. So just a single. The boundary is being protected.
And John, that was a very good shot. Some other batter would have gone harder at it. But this time he just stood up on toes and stroked it away nicely. His balance was good. Young Rampasad looks good. And it's good to see that these two brothers, the Ramnots, getting along well. If brothers don't talk with each other and they're batting out in the middle, it can be disaster.
Yeah, communication is the key. They've done very well. As I mentioned, communication is a key. Our good friend who's going to come call in very shortly, he said if you're locked out of your home, don't worry. Just speak to the lock because communication is the key.
I guess he has a lot of speaking to do. If we call names, are we going to be charged?
I hope not.
Communication is the key. I take that one very early this morning, John. Now, looking at Anton Lim, he's working up some pace. That's good. You want to see fast bowlers, especially at this tender age, you run in and you bowl fast. But you don't want them to overuse the short delivery. There's still 2 men in the slip cord and first and second slipper, and you have a backward point. So give the batter a chance to look for the drive, and especially with the gap between the cover and the extra cover. You just don't want to be short, then you become predictable.
Strongly built young man, as you can see. Playing all forms of cricket. Lots of tape ball cricket as well.
Yeah, and there you can see the slow nature of the pitch. Look for extra pace there, but didn't get the response from the wicket. And that's because of the early moisture.
It's a good test of patience as well on these batters. And it's good to see that scoring rate is a healthy one. But they're not trying, despite runs not coming off of the bat. They're not trying to think that they're bogged down. They need to get going. They need to play release shots. No. They're waiting. It's a patient game at the moment. Big appeal. Umpire Nagasar says it's wide.
As well, Demerara looked very confident in the appeal. But umpire Nagasar, yes, Equibian, very experienced. Look at it on the replay there. I passed everything and went by.
Yeah, daylight, lots of daylight between bat and ball. So the wicketkeeper thinking that he could have caught the umpire napping, but no, umpire Nagasar equal to the task.
Yes, nothing was wrong with that bumper, just that did not get the momentum from the pitch. It bounced, but bounced very slowly and went past the gloves.
Chances being created now. That one popped on him. Rampatob. Look at that. Just short of a good length. He was caught on the crease in the jeet.
Yes, and when you're playing on pitches like these, John, you have to be very, very careful and correct. He should have been keeping the bat down, standing tall on the back foot. I've been there for a while. This is only the 6th over in progress. By this time, he should understand the ball is not coming through.
as well. Anton Lim has been bowling a usual short ball, so he should have been prepared. Good technique shown there. Dot ball to end the fourth, 26 without loss. Berbice sent in.
Yeah, there's a check that's ready for you.
Okay, no problem. Thanks. Allen coming for his third now. Just recently on the Essequibo coast, a guy very confidently said to me, Avinash Ramzan. Like, no sir, it's John Ramsing. Now I'm joined by Avinash Ramzan. Hello Avinash, how are you?
Hello, John. Very good morning to you.
Good piece. Allen now in his third over, very expensive so far, lots of extras, but it seems as if he's a prospect, one for the future.
Before we get to Allen, I think the same guy you met in Essequibo is the same guy that called me John Ramsing just last year. But Allen definitely a good prospect. In the very first round at Lusignan against the Select 11, 3 for 22 was very impressive, and he continues to show his skill and ability in this inter-county competition.
One thing I want to get from him is that control with the new ball. He has a responsibility with the new ball. He needs to show control now. There we go again, spraying it, and Alfred Mojave is skipping around.
Well, he's had Alvin Mojave pretty busy behind the stumps this morning, and if he had a tough night, tough time waking up this morning, I'm sure after this opening spell by Allen, he's fully awake. But good to see inter-county cricket and a final being played after 3 rounds of competition. The selectors, of course, the junior selection panel would be looking to fine-tune their squad for that regional tournament happening later this year in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yet again, not able to control this new ball with Allen. We saw Zachary Jora in the last over having a word with Allen. Just starting to get too straight. And with the angle, the natural angle, yet again, not able to control it outside the line of the leg stump. Selectors will have their work cut out, especially with the batters. Despite not getting big scores, the batsmen have been contributing consistently in this year's Under-19 tournament.
Well, we've only had 1 century in the competition to date by Mavindra Dindyal, the West Indies Under-19 batsman. 102 not out in the last round.
Yet again, spraying outside the line of the leg stump.
But this is worrying, especially for Demerara and for young Hines. He needs to learn and learn quickly. We have seen extras being a big part of the tournament, as yourself and Inderjeet alluded to in that opening stint. In round 1, John, those 2 matches combined 55 extras. Round 2, 93 extras. And round 3, 78. An average per innings in a tournament of 18 extras per innings.
Beautifully played. Just opening the face and guiding it down towards third. It's heavy out there, so it's going to be pulled up. Using the width nicely and pace. And that is because Allen, too straight earlier.
Beautifully
went down the
played.
leg side. Pushing, just opening the face and guiding it down towards third. It's heavy out there, so
Shot
it's going
there
to be pulled up.
by young Rampasad Ramnath, of course. Spoke to him a couple of days ago, and one of his idols is Babar Azam, the Pakistan batsman. And he says he tries to emulate Babar Azam in terms of some shots he would like to play in the game, and that certainly is one of them. Playing it safely along the ground for 3 runs in the end.
So Rampatop looked very comfortable at the crease. Good technique. This one is dropped. Feeler at first slip. Chance given to the captain very early.
Well, time will tell how big a miss is that there for Demerara. It was a regulation catch. Straight to the fielder, in and out. And
Dropped.
big miss there. Rampatop Ramnot, he's one of the established batsmen in this Berbice lineup. Played senior intercounty cricket for Berbice. He's been struggling a bit just to a single off 14 deliveries, but he would want to make use of this opportunity here and get a big one.
And immediately the captain has replaced that field at first slip. Latif now will take up the position. Well, second slip. Latif will now take up that position.
Rampatop seemed to be targeting that fielder now.
But look at Allen going round the wicket and seems to have find his radar now that he's gone round the wicket. Looks like second delivery on target for him.
When you look at this here, John, 32 without loss in over number 5, and the runs off the bat have been just 8. 24 extras. Not the type of stuff that Demerara would have wanted at this stage of the match.
Beautifully played. There's protection at cover in Van Lang. So you said the average extras 18 per innings has gone to 25 already in just under 5 overs. So it says a lot about what extras have been playing in this year's tournament at the under-19 level. Something that you must correct going forward.
Definitely, and this is a learning phase, John. This the youth level cricket, but at this stage you'd expect them to be tight in terms of their consistency, their line and length, and of course they need to learn quickly. Young Wavell Allen has not had the best spell so far.
This time over pitching, mid-wicket will have to do some work. Van Laan will not get there. So the first boundary of the bat comes off the bat of Rampasad Ramnot.
A nice confident shot from the young man as we look back at it here.
Has not had the best.
Just leaning into that one, working it nicely, no risk involved there, and beating Van Lang on the boundary. No risk, but a lot of risk, John, from young Rampasad Ramnot.
So boundary to end the 5th. 37 on the board already.
37 without loss in over number 5. This is the final of the Ghana Cricket Board's Intercounty on the 1950 over competition, and a good time to tell you that the selection panel led by the former national under-19 standout Andre Percival, they are out in their numbers here today. Andre Percival, of course, being the chairman of the panel. Dinesh Joseph, another intercounty marquee batsman. He is the Essequibo selector on this panel. There's Lachman Yadram. He played some cricket. He's more playing senior over 40 and over 50 cricket now. And of course, there is Balram Samaru from Berbice. And good to see the selectors having a final look at these players before that squad is selected for that regional tournament.
Pulled savagely. Runs on the board again. That's a beautiful shot.
And every single run, John, off the bat of Rampatop Ramnot will hurt Demerara here after that spill chance in the last over. But a good-looking, confident shot there from Rampatop Ramnot. His first boundary. He moves to 6. Rampasad on 11.
It was outside the line of the off stump and he just pulled it nicely. I think he has a good measure of what Anton Lim is trying to do, and also the pace of this wicket. The last over, Lim having a little bit uncomfortable. Now he gets settled in nicely. Now we can see him. Top edge. What a catch! Look at that effort from Krishna Singh. You felt it was going to fall in the middle of no man's land, but Krishna Singh had other ideas, kept his eyes on it, on a full stretch. You can see him parallel to the ground. And what a catch it has been to get the first wicket for Berbice.
And a big one too. Rampatop Ramnot, he's gone. Good effort, and efforts like these in the field, John, we know tend to lift the team. And certainly this is one Demerara would hope would help them to improve their performances. Lots of extras we have seen, but a wonderful catch there by Krishna Singh to end what has been a dodgy innings for Rampatop Ramnot after hitting that wonderful shot for 4. He's gone. Berbice 41 for the loss of 1 in over number 6.
Extra pace and extra bounce as well. Anton Lim, who was just pulled previously for that boundary, came back hunting, and the ball got a big on him. Pulled, but got the top edge. It was hit high on the bat, and that resulted in the ball spending some time in the air. Krishna Singh kept all of his eyes on it. Has his spectacles on, Krishna.
Top effort there by young Krishna Singh. Of course, disappointing end there for Rampatop Ramnot. Of course, he's one of the senior contracted players in the Guyana Harpy Eagles setup. Just got the one significant score, 77 not out against the Select 11 when himself and Rampersad pulled off that 10-wicket victory at Metamerisorg. So generally he'd be disappointed overall with his returns in the tournament, save and except for that half century. A lot now would depend on his younger brother who is in there. He's been there from the start, and he would have to shoulder a lot of the responsibility as a new batsman from Albion. Afraz Budu, pretty good prospect as well.
Afraz Budu's been around quite some time as well. Former test player Devendra Bishu one time said to me, look out for Afraz Budu. He's going to be special. And he started a nice little career for himself, batting at a crucial number 3 position, left-handed batter. I saw him bowling 2 days ago right here against this very opposition. Looks good in the field as well. Chance. It's going to get off the mark. Quite dodgy. Extra pace from Lim and some bounce as well, and Avinash.
Well, with that wicket that he got earlier there, he's bubbling with confidence now, young Anton Lim, and surprising young Afraz Budu there with that extra pace. And yes, came off the glove there and went away for 4. He's off the mark. But young Afraz Budu, lots of expectation from him, especially from those guys at Albion. They have lots of respect for the young man. And they feel that he's one that can go on to play lots of senior cricket for Guyana and possibly for the West Indies at some point.
So Lim is going to go around the wicket. With familiarity of the conditions, he plays right here. He opted to go around, but decided to stick to. He was going around, now he came over the wicket, Anton Lim. That's the end of 3 overs for him, 1 for 13, 6 gone, 45 for 1.
Good little battle going on in the middle, John. Demerara would be a bit concerned about the extras they have given away at this stage of the innings. 45 for 1 and 6. Rampatop Ramnot, the man, gone for 11 or 14. Rampersad, he's still there. In fact, Rampatop has gone for 6. Rampersad is there in 11, and Afraz Budu was just coming the boundary to him. 1 for 13 for Anton Lim, and Wavell Allen none for 26 off 3 overs. Wonderful conditions here for cricket, John. Nice, clear blue skies. No threat of rain. Someone was saying that there's a thunderstorm for later today. We hope that that is not the case.
Yeah, for cricket's sake, you do not want any thunderstorms, but for the farmers' sake, you would love to have some rain. It's been dry and hot in Guyana for the longest while. Look at the outfield, it's dry. Usually green, but this time it's just on the parched side. Lots of bushfires around. Change of bowling. Jonathan Van Lang introduced now from the northern end, replacing Allen, who had his troubles with the new ball.
Of course, Van Lang is one of the multi-talented young men in Guyana. He also plays table tennis at a national level.
So Rampasad gets off strike. So nice innings developing from Rampasad here. Heard you mentioned his scores earlier. Time at the crease is very important, especially for opening batters. Van Lang, very talented indeed. And most of these players, they know each other because they've been playing with and against them for a long time. Despite they're on the 19, Van Lang has been a household name for quite some time now.
Yeah, he's been around for quite a number of years at the youth level. And when he's not in the press for his exploits in cricket, he's doing it on the table with a smaller ball and a little racket. Burly young man, very strong, very multi-talented, very humble youngster as well. Always in for a little joke, a little gaff.
Yeah, very jovial. That's the youth in him.
Youthful exuberance of Jonathan Van Lang. Pretty good start from him so far. Quite the opposite of what we've had from the opening ball, especially with Allen spraying it from that end. But Van Lang has been tight so far, not allowing too much room for the batsmen to free their arms, keeping things tight.
At this level, Van Lang reminds me a little bit of Bhaskar Yadram, a batsman who can really dominate and a bowler who can come and do the containing job. Beautifully played, square of the wicket. Class of Afraz Buru gets him a boundary.
Yeah, probably a shot of the morning, John. Wonderful execution there from young Afraz Buru, just finding the gap with position and getting his second boundary. This one more in control, in total control actually, from the previous one he got.
Yeah, he watched it very close to the bat and opened the face and steered it square of the wicket. Beautiful shot. I think I'll have to go outside, pay to come back if he's going to be at the crease for much longer.
Well, in case you missed that shot on the replay or live, the newsroom cameraman is on the boundary, so you could possibly see that tonight on the news.
That shot has brought up the 50 for Berbice on the 19s. 50 coming up in the 7th over. Just one wicket going down, the very big one of Rampatop Ramnath, the captain. Another short delivery. Will not get to the boundary. Chases on from Romeo Demerara. So two more. So that's the attacking nature of Van Lang. Going for some runs but also creating some chances. That ball, despite was pulled in the gap, was not in total control, Afraz Buru.
He certainly seemed to be growing in confidence with every delivery that he faces. Pulled that one away. It was safe in the end, uppishly, but thankfully for him, landed safely. After the first three deliveries, a single and two dot balls. 7 runs off the last three. And that's pulled away this time again. Much more controlled this time from Afraz Buru. One bounce into the boundary, but he's taking on Van Lang in this over.
If the last one was not in control, this time he's showing the class again. What a way to end the over. Very short. It was in Van Lang's half actually, so it was begging to be hit. And this pitch is very gentle for these batters. No devils in it at all, so that's a good shot.
Yeah, 12 runs off the over after a pretty good, decent start up front. 12 runs off the over, takes the score to 57 for 1 at the end of over number 7. Of course, we've been talking a lot about the two brothers, Rampatop and Rampasad Ramnath. There's also another Ramnath amongst us here today, Karishma Ramnath. She's scoring here today. I'm not sure if there's any relation. But, Lots of ram knots around here at Malteenoes today. You're probably connected through cricket.
The first time I saw Karishma, it was actually on a cricket field a few years ago. And I saw her in the comeback scoring. I was like, what's happening? She said no, she prefers to be on the inside. Lim starts a new over. Nicely played. Work again for Romeo. Get the impression that that's a big boundary out there, but it's actually heavy. So the ball taking some time to get to the boundaries.
But young Rampersad is timing the ball nicely. And the very significant thing about this inning so far is keeping the ball on the ground. And that is important. Not a lot of risk, high risk cricket he's been playing.
So Lim now going round the wicket to the right-handed batter with that slinging action. Can be a handful, especially with a slip on gully still in play. This time he does not get it right. And contributing again to the extras. The extras playing a big role again.
So young Anton Lim, he's been doing a lot of work here at Malteenoes, himself and Total Ambition, the left arm spinner. And they're under the guidance of a fitness trainer, Joel Allen. And they've been doing a lot of work in terms of getting their fitness level up.
There's a slight stutter as he gets to the crease. But other than that, not bad at all. Doing a very good job with the new ball. Now into his fourth over. Got the early wicket, the big wicket of Rampetab Ramnot. Forced him to play a pull shot. He's not in control and was caught brilliantly by Krishna Singh diving from mid-on to mid-off. Diving over that one. But good control, trying to keep it on the ground. Rampersad just rolling his wrist over it nicely.
Yeah, and that's been a hallmark of his batting all morning. He's keeping the ball on the ground. He's not giving opportunities to the Demerara fielders. And so far he's moving along nicely. 16 of 18 deliveries. Pretty good strike rate. He's been there from the start. But coming back to Anton Lim, picked up 3 wickets in the last game between these two sides, 3 for 58. And he's among a host of bowlers who have picked up 3 wicket hauls in this tournament. And not sure if you're hearing us through our mics, but Norman Welsh has been around, Juice Man has been around the cricket, almost an icon now around local cricket in Guyana, and cheering on Anton Lim and the bowlers, always there offering advice and dropping a few slangs as well when they don't get it right.
Misfield will allow a single of Krishna Singh on that occasion. But I'll tell you what, to be fair to Krishna, there's a part of the ground out there where the pipe connects and it's covered. There's a piece of wood that's covering it. So I guess he was looking to that area. Don't want to roll his ankle in that area at all.
And because of the dry weather conditions we've been having over the last couple of months, John, lots of cracks in the outfield.
Yeah, beautifully played with just a dot ball to end the over. 8 gone, 63 for 1.
Afraz Budu, 14 off 9. And Rampersad Ramnot, 17 off 20. Of course, 2 of the major clubs in Guyana's cricket being represented here in the middle. Albion, Afraz Budu is from Albion, and Rampetab Ramnot from Port Moran. And of course, they would have their rivalry at the club level back in Berbice, but today they're representing that county, and I'm sure they'd put that aside just for the moment and ensure that Berbice would rebound from that third round loss to Demerara and successfully defend the title they won last year. Of course, they won all 3 matches in the competition last year. It wasn't the final, but it's good to see the Guyana Cricket Board giving more opportunities to the cricketers in this final, where the top 2 teams have an opportunity to play for the title. Of course, the Select 11 and Essequibo also participated in this competition. Essequibo won 1 game, and the Select 11, they lost all 3. But I'm sure the players had their opportunities to put their names in the minds of the selectors for that team later this year.
Van Lang starts a new over. Just want to steer down to third very easily. So this pitch is just flattened out nicely now, making it easy for stroke play. So these batters are trusting the bounce and pace. So with that extra pace from Van Lang, not troubling the batters at all.
And young Rampersad seems to be getting more and more comfortable as the match wears on. Number 72 on his back. I wonder if it was deliberate for his brother to wear number 27, him 72.
It's a good switch. I think it might definitely be deliberate. It's a partnership developing now for the second wicket. Pulled. Lots of bottom hands. Got it into the ground rather than trying to get it along the ground and into the gap. Umpire Moses Ramphal, also from Berbice.
We could expect a little bit of a crowd later on today. So in that previous third round game, fans came out and watched on from the sidelines. Got him.
Draw him out of, and he's given out. Yeah, good delivery from Van Lang. Like I said, the extra pace now. And this time, Rampersad was drawn out, and he was just hanging his bat out there looking to steer it, and got a good edge to the keeper. He's gone for 19, 65 for 2 now in over number 9.
Yeah, both the Ramnath brothers gone and edging healthy as we heard it here. And the umpire had no hesitation in lifting the dreaded finger 2 wickets down now. Rampersad Ramnath, he's gone for 19 off 24. Caught by the keeper Alvin Mohabir of the bowling of Jonathan Van Lang. As we look back at the replay, Van Lang and then just stepping forward and just leaving the bat hanging outside the off stump. The edge taken, and Alvin Mohabir doing the rest behind the stumps.
New batter now for Berbice. At number 4, Kevin Kiston. Another right-handed batter. Looking to start a career for himself as well. Has a built of a jockey. I know Berbice known for horse racing. First ball pulled away savagely. Will it have enough to get to the boundary? Yes, it does. What a way to get off the mark. That's a shot in the dark, Avinash.
You spoke about him being a jockey. Man, bolted out the gate there, man. Shot of confidence there from young Kiston. And just pulled away beautifully. Uppishly, but it was safe. No feelers out there. And races into the boundary. 69 for loss of 2. He's off the mark in style, Kevin Kiston.
I was not expecting that one at all. I'm sure no one in the field was as well. So wicket already in the over and some runs as well. Confident drive. I like him. I like him already.
Seems though he's come out with a plan to attack.
So, successful over for Van Lang and for Demerara. 9 gone, 69 for 2.
Good battle between these two. It's the Intercounty on the 1950 over final in case you've just joined us. And this is the final between Demerara in the blue and Berbice in the red. Demerara won the toss and elected to have a bowl first.
They've lost the openers. Rampatov, the captain, for 6. Rampatov just moments ago dismissed for 19. Still to come, Gafoor, Pataya, Khan, Cecil, Diopasad, Roger, and Algu.
Yes, there would be some changes to that batting lineup as the match goes on. See Algu at number 11 there, but I'm sure he bats much higher than that. Bowling figures for you: Allen, none for 26, Lim, 1 for 19, Van Lang, 1 for 18. And there's a change in the bowling now. It seems that Krishna Singh is going to pick up the attack from the southern end of the ground.
2 wickets in the last game right here at Malteenoes against Berbice. Krishna plays for GCC. Starts round the wicket. Nice high action. Gets the ball to turn. I like his effort. Whenever he comes on the field, the effort that he gives. That catch earlier, when everyone felt it was dying. There's him with the spectacles. Daniel Vettori style.
Mentioned those 2 wickets in the previous round. He has best figures of 3 for 19 in the competition. Against Essequibo, 3 for 19. And he's held in high regard by those in the cricketing authorities because of his wonderful ability with the ball.
Guru's been there for quite some time, but caught in a tangle.
And that's what Krishna Singh can do. They're going to be a bit more circumspect against him, not play with that type of confidence and maybe, some may say, being a bit erratic. They would try that against Krishna Singh.
Gone are the days when they have close-in fielders as well.
And it's a good bowling change by Demerara to bring Krishna Singh at this stage of the innings. New batsman in. And Afraz Budi has played some shots, but he's only faced 15 deliveries, so relatively new at the crease.
Yeah, and then they're off spinner to the left-handed batter as well. Nice flight. Very good over. A maiden as well. Well bowled, Krishna. 10 gone. Berbice sent in 6 to 9 for a loss of 2.
So 69 for the loss of 2 in over number 10. Afraz Budu 114, the left-hander, and Kevin Kiston, wicket-keeper batsman, he's in at number 4. 4 of 2. Krishna Singh just the first over there, over number 10, bowling a maiden. These two teams, of course, played in the last round. Demerara winning all 3 of their games, and Berbice winning 2 and losing that final match to Demerara in round number 3. Clashing in the final here. Good opportunity for these youngsters to get one more innings or one more good bowling performance before that team is selected for the regional tournament happening in July in St. Vincent. As a welcome, my good friend, Naeem Chan.
Outside the off stump, so wide signal by the umpire. Hi Avinash, good morning. Good morning to all our viewers across live stream land, may I say. And this is going outside, so pleasant good morning wherever you are watching FL Sport on YouTube. And as usual, excellent work from our boys. But I like the confidence I've been seeing from the Berbicians. Rampatov started it. I think he was very, very sound until, though he was stuck on where he was for a long time. I think when he was 1, he had faced 13 deliveries. But having the circumstances prevailing here with the state of the pitch, having to dry off a little bit on even bounce. Shot, he's going to pick up a couple here. So I think they had their agendas, they had their work cut out for them. They knew exactly that they had to watch out a period of play before they step on the gas, so to speak. And so they've been very watchful, precarious. Well, not precarious necessarily, but duly watchful.
And the two openers, the two brothers, they'd be disappointed that they were able to get through that tough period. And then the pitches tend to dry out and ball coming on more nicely to be back in the pavilion watching the action now. They did the hard work up front. Take nothing away from Demerara. Good catch by Krishna Singh to get rid of Rampatop.
You can see that the displayed persona or body language of the batsman. You can see the confidence brimming, despite or in spite of the fact earlier on the pitch was giving uneven bounce. Rampatov in particular looked extremely confident with his shots, though they weren't getting into the rhythm and full flow of the bat. It's in the air for a short while, but safe. We'd seen a few of those from the batsmen.
Well, Afraz would tell you that he played that deliberately there. One bounce to the fielder.
But he's very fluent. I like the fluency with which he bats. So is Kiston as well. And it's all about painting the picture here. You're looking at some youngsters, potentially who would have to go on to represent their senior West Indies team. To have a little glimpse of them, it's quite a spectacle.
But Kisting is not going to allow himself to get bogged down. He's playing his shots. And that very first shot he played, Naima, the very first delivery, one of conviction, pulling it away for 4. And really tells you about his mindset as he's gone out there today for Berbice. Batting at number 4, so lots of responsibility for him. He's also the wicket-keeper in the side.
He's got him. And there's the umpire's finger raising. Nice outside edge. He was tempting him there for a few deliveries in the previous over as well, getting him to induce him into the shot, so to speak, and getting the desired result.
Is it a case of one shot too many from young Kiston there? He was looking to get the game on, move along, but Van Lang, 2 wickets now. He has leaked some runs, 21 runs, but in those 3 overs he has picked up 2 wickets and he has changed the complexion of the innings here for Demerara.
That's the beautiful thing about cricket, Avinash. You're in this position now. In a few overs, the whole complexion or equation could be changed. And it could take a completely different outlook. A wicket or 2 falling very quickly changes the whole equation.
Well, we have seen impact players being introduced in the game now, especially in the IPL. Jonathan Van Lang is that type of player. He's an impact player. He can come with the ball, he can pick up wickets as he has done here today. And with the bat, he can come and play an innings that could change the whole complexion of the game as well. So pretty good youngster, lots of expectation from him. And today in this big final, he's delivering for Demerara.
It will be interesting to see if the Demerara captain would mobilize or capitalize on the situation he now has at hand. He's got the Berbicians 3 wickets down, 72 wickets tumbling a little bit quickly or faster than the desired way from a Berbice perspective. Now, can he enforce like more pressure? I'm thinking I would have wanted someone under the bat just to have the batsman thinking a little more. So there's no forward short leg, no silly point.
But Krishna Singh is the type of bowler that would apply this pressure here. And once he keeps bowling from that end, you're forcing the batsman to score from the other end. And that pressure could bring wickets as well for Demerara.
Nice off spin. He's not afraid to give it air as well. And of course, you've got the Berbicians with 3 wickets down. It's okay. Give it a lot of air and induce them as much as possible.
Well, that's 10 dot balls in his spell so far. So he's keeping things tight at that end. He also bowled a maiden in his first over to Afraz Bodu, keeping him in check. There's a slip in place for the left-hander as well. So Demerara on the attack here.
Now that's I've seen the ball going in that direction towards point, at least for 2 deliveries. That's what I was talking about. I would have, now that you have the Berbicians a little bit with their backs against the wall, just have the city point in the air. So another one, Avinash, and that's what I was talking about. Apply the pressure as much as possible. So that was in the air.
Yeah, and that's what pressure does. What I spoke about earlier, Naeem. 2 overs for Krishna Singh, both have been maidens, and forcing Afraz Budu to play a shot out of anger, basically. Giving his wicket away, he was pretty set at that point, just needed to work the ball around, get some runs. But pressure, that's what it does, brings wicket for the opposition. 72 for 4 now, and all of a sudden, Demerara large and in charge.
I'm a little bit taken aback by the approach of the Berbicians. If you have a situation like that, the least you should do is just flash the bat to any or every delivery, as Afraz seemed to have wanted to do, and did not get to the pitch of the ball, and it just ballooned in the air. I mean, it should have been close for stock taking to some extent, because you've got quite a way to go. It's 50 overs.
Yeah, another 38 overs to go. So lots of time remaining in this innings. If we get to that 50 overs, that might be a challenge here for Berbice now.
Beaten again, appeal, confident, but not finding the outside edge. Well, I like your choice of words. If they reach 50 overs, quite possibly they want to live up to the standard or culture of West Indies cricket, not to like 50 overs. That has suddenly assumed proportion of test cricket for them, and liking the 20 over scenario where it's sixes or sticks. So another wicket going down, and this is with a lot of frequency now. I must compliment Jonathan. He was just lingering outside the line of the off stump on several occasions. He was missing the outside edge. He found it on this occasion.
But it seems we're in for an early day here. Naeem, I hope you have plans.
Well, I have plan B. We can
Plan
move to
B.
that.
One for Berbice.
The alphabet has got 26 other letters, 26 in total. So we can move to plan Z if possible.
You spoke about batting 50 overs, and in this tournament, only 2 innings have teams batted the full 50 overs. Esquibo against the Select 11, 250 for 5, and Berbice against Demerara in that last round, 223 for 9. Outside of that, only 2 other times have teams batted up to the 43rd over. So teams have not been using up the full quota of overs in this competition.
And I don't think it's for the want of batsmanship. I think these youngsters are good quality batsmen. So it's all about pushing the culture in their heads that, listen, 50 overs, it's like a test match. A whole innings you're batting. So you've got a lot of time to do this.
Some might say it's a proliferation of T20 cricket, inundating the airwaves, and these youngsters having access to see so much of T20 cricket. The IPL is going on at the moment as well. So a lot of these players' mindset is to bash from ball 1.
Yes, I guess it's every youngster's dream, not only to play the IPL, but to draw down on the finances being offered. But to reach there, you can't be playing ordinary cricket. You still have to develop your skill and reach to the top of your game.
We saw recently Shamar Joseph, after his dominance in Australia, having a tough time in that opening match for Lucknow Super Giants.
The runs here for Berbice. That's the idea, Avinash. I think they have to milk it, just gently find the gaps, lots of overs remaining, and just get the ones and the twos. The bad balls will come along, but occupation is very important. I mean, 5 wickets have gone down. You cannot afford to lose another one.
Well, this would be a test of character for young Sanjay Algu especially. He's the type of guy that likes to go above the outfield, and he would have to curb that aggression, that natural aggression, and play an innings here that would help Berbice to at least bat 50 overs here this afternoon.
There's someone down at backward square, so just a single, but nice control. I saw Rampasad playing a few controlled shots down the leg side, turning the wrist, and I enjoyed looking at that actually. You mentioned Shamar Joseph. I hope he comes back when he comes back, not if, but whenever he comes back to settle down, play cricket. A lot of people may have taken umbrage to the statements of Darren Sammy, but I think I understood where Darren was coming from. A lot of new bowlers on debut confuse batsmen, and this kind of hype could be created by that. Third man, just a single. We remember Sunil Narayan when he came onto the scene, Taya Muralidharan, Shane Warne, several of the bowlers. Some of them went on with their greatness and kept it up. But batsmen read you these days. They make a study out of you.
And very importantly, prior to that Australia series, there wasn't much footage available of Shamar Joseph. Now everyone is looking at footage from that series against Australia. West Indies next play England in July in England. So I'm sure that the Englishmen would be analysing footage of Shamar Joseph at the end of 13 overs here at Malteenoes, 75 for 5 as the players refresh. But lots of comments about the comments made by Darren Sammy. And some people, emotions getting the better of them as well, given the fact that the Guyanese did so well, and then Sammy making those comments, hype over substance. But of course, he's seeing things differently from a coaching perspective.
I want to believe too that Sammy, okay, if there's any guilt lingering, it could be possibly his choice of words, maybe a little more diplomacy, but I think I understood where he was coming from. Not necessarily accepting the way it was delivered.
That World Cup, of course, being hosted here in the Caribbean and the USA, June 1st to the 29th. I'm sure that is something you'll be looking forward to seeing as well. How many World Cups now you have been part of? In memory, quite around from 1975, you've been around for the very first one.
I was about from the 60s. Oh, you're talking about World Cups. Yeah, well, 1975 was Australia, so I listened to that on radio. In those days, you only had the radio, no television coverage, but it has always been a delight. I functioned in the World Cup in 2007 some way at the National Stadium, but I've had my stints, long time. But I enjoy this. I enjoy to work with some of the new faces like Avinash, who is always on the ball. And I know you wouldn't buy a drink for me after this. It has never happened. I don't expect it to happen. So I'm not praising you to get that anyway.
Well, I saw you have your keys hanging on your trousers there, so I'm not going to encourage you to drink and drive.
It's my gate keys, actually. I mean, I don't have a car. Beautiful atmosphere. Just have a little look at the bowling figures there. So Jonathan Van Lang, the super bowler there for Demerara.
3 for 24 and really changing the whole complexion of the game. 3 wickets bowling from the northern end, replacing Wavell Allen, who was a bit erratic in that opening spell. Gave away a lot of extras. 75 for 5 and 13 overs, and all of a sudden Demerara with the upper hand here in the final. Remember, they have the psychological advantage of beating Berbice in that final round. And Berbice made 223 for 9, and Demerara got home in 35.5 overs with a brilliant partnership between Movinder Dindyal, who made 103 putting on 138 for the 4th wicket unbroken.
I like the point you made, and I just want to amplify what I think happened with the opening bowlers, because they spilled a few well and lagging either down the leg side or offside. I don't believe that the opening bowlers were sufficiently on target. They should have gotten that breakthrough earlier. Blistering cover drive. What a beauty. That's gone all the way.
That's what I was telling you about Sanjay Algu. He's not going to waste time sticking around and batting for too long. But if Berbice are going to get a total here that would challenge Demerara, they will need him to curb that aggression. Good shot in the end. Safe shot. Got 4 for it. He's moved on to 6. It's 79 for loss of 5.
Heard some good stuff about Krishna Singh, who is operating there right now. Seeing him for the first time, actually.
And that boundary would have been the first run scored off him. He had 2 maidens prior to this over. So he's been keeping things tight for Demerara.
He's obviously, Avinash, not afraid to flight the ball, and I think the permission came from the looks or approach by the batsmen. They're not in command, and they're encouraging Krishna just to give it as much flight as possible. Just I felt that one, if not quite possibly one close fielder should have been there. Forward short leg perhaps. As he's off spin coming into the right-hander. Well, we'll wait on the signal of the umpire. I'm not so sure. I see it's a boundary, so he got the outside edge. Buys.
So beaten all ends up with the batsman Sanjay Algu and the keeper, and running away for 4 runs to the total there. 84 for the loss of 5. And Krishna Singh has been leaking some runs in this over. But as you rightly said, he's attacking. He's not bowling defensively. He's attacking. He's trying to get the batsman to do things. And that is good for Demerara.
Well, spin bowling has really evolved over the years. You simply cannot be bowling, and I'm not saying that Krishna is doing this. I'm not behind the bowler's arm, so you can't have an idea, but he's giving it fantastic spin. He's right on target. But spin bowling has moved to different trajectories over the years. It's all about variation. So I hope these are things young Krishna Singh will be working on feverishly. He perhaps has some in the armory already, but variation is the thing.
We talked about the proliferation of T20 cricket. We have seen, as you rightly said, bowlers developing new deliveries, new variations, and all these things are available now on the internet, where you can go, do your research, and learn from it.
A lot of interest, it seems, from the umpire. He's put him out. Well, I wonder what was the delay. If the umpire was so sure, he hesitated for a while and then opted to give out. So
I think he was waiting on the square leg umpire to really in confirmation whether it carried to the fielder. So that's wicket number 4 now for Jonathan Van Lang, having an impact here in this game in a massive way.
Well, this is not looking good, as you said, Avinash. It's time to start moving to plan B, what we'll do for the rest of the afternoon. It seems to be wrapping up very rapidly.
I see John is going into his pocket, maybe ensuring his wallet is sufficient to have us for our innings after the game. 84 for the loss of 6 and 14.1 overs here at Malteenoes. In case you've just joined the FL Sport feed, this is the final of the Guyana Cricket Board's Under-19 50 over competition. It is from this competition that the national team will be selected to compete in the regional tournament in July in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. as the new batsman is Salim Khan. Now, Salim Khan has had some wickets in this tournament. He's also had some runs. I think he made 47 in one of the games. But he's up against Jonathan Van Lang, who has been making the ball talk on this wicket at Malteenoes.
He bowls, I get the impression he's bowling from the shoulders. He's a bulky, barrel-chested youngster. And so by no means he's weak. He's pretty strong. He's firing on all his cylinders. He's not tear away fast, but he's definitely a strong bowler that uses the shoulder a lot.
And he has found a pretty good line and length, and that is important. Having the batsman in two minds as to what exactly to come forward and play back. And that has been reaping rewards. 4 for 25 in his over number 5, young Van Lang.
Another bad shot. This is not good. Not getting in control. Caught and bowled there for Van Lang. Not a wicket. And may I say, deservedly so. So Berbice being rattled out here. And this is not a good sight if you're a Berbician. Not getting into position. He had sufficient time. I think he was cramped for space. And it ballooned in the air. Earlier on we saw another batsman cramped and just offered a simple catch.
Well, that is poor cricket from young Sanjay Algo. He needed to stay there. He's gone for 6 off 10. But Jonathan Van Lang, take nothing away from him. He's been superb with the ball. Had a bit of runs in his very first over, but he's come back well. 5 for 43 off 4.3 overs in any form of cricket. 5 for 25 in just the 15th over. Splendid effort from the young man. And here's some of his fans in the background shouting, "Showtime!" So he's certainly putting on a show here for his fans at Malteenoes. 5 for 25, Jonathan Van Lang.
It's good to see too that when players are in their backyard playing, that you can utilize the conditions, understand the state of the pitch, and maximize your efforts and your results as well.
Definitely, of course, Jonathan Van Lang, he plays here in Georgetown, so he knows these wickets inside out, and he's showing familiarity to condition. Is working in his favor. 85 for 7, Berbice. Machu Patoya is the new batsman, and the yellow pads there. Salim Khan, he's just come in, 1 off 1, and with Krishna Singh bowling tight at the other end. Demerara keeping a tight rein on proceedings here in the final.
But I've grown up in a country, Avinash, where everybody's Prasad, Singh, Charles. Now you're seeing some funny, strange names like Pataya, and well, we've got people with African background, so the names vary from culture to culture, of course. But like when Sri Lanka entered world cricket with Jayasuriya and all of them, it was a difficult phase, especially for commentators, pronouncing those names. Now it has become very simple. Almost thought he got an outside edge there.
Yeah, Machu Patoya. You mentioned those Sri Lankan names. There is Patirana, Matisha Patirana now playing for Chennai Super Kings. And we always enjoy, on radio especially, to have a dig at calling those names on the sport news.
I know, and you're such a fluent, good reader of the sports news, but I used to do that on radio several years ago. And just before going on air, you visit the washroom and it's like Mutaya Muralitaran. Hoping that you'll get it right, but when you switch on the microphone, it's another thing.
So that's the end of over number 15. Berbice put into bat here in the final of this inter-county tournament. 8-5 for the loss of 7. Jonathan Van Lang, he's been the star of the show. 5 for 25. I'll leave you here, and another star of the show will join us, Inderjeet Prasad.
Well, it's good it's a bright day at Malteenoes, so Inderjeet becomes easily recognizable.
No.
But talking about that, as I welcome Inderjeet back to the microphone, the forecast is to have some thunderstorms, especially going into the afternoon. In fact, we should have been having scattered showers this morning. It has not to be.
Hello, Naeem. Hello, viewers. Hello, listeners. Well, at 85 for the loss of 7, we might not go late into the evening, so we might not experience the thunderstorms.
Runs here for Berbice. They'll come back for 2. And then I don't think the thunderstorms will humbug plan B of the commentary team. I understand John Ramsing is going to occupy our time beneficially and constructively.
Well, John has said it is about time, and he's a man of his word, so he's not going to fail from that. The only difference if he decide not to involve you, Naeem.
Nicely struck down to extra cover. I just remind John, I'm the holder of a licensed firearm.
That is for your bodily protection and the protection of your property.
Precisely.
Yeah, has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Naeem at 87 for the loss of 7. I am very disappointed with the batting of Berbice here. I mean, they were beaten badly by Demerara in the preliminary, beaten by 7 wickets, 14.1 overs to spare. I thought they would have written a different script this morning coming out in this final. There's been good bowling, and we've seen some very poor batting.
Just to add to what you said, I'm not seeing, as you put it, I'm not seeing the appetite to want to bat. And to know that you've got 50 overs to bat. It is essential that you try to bat as many of those overs, if not all the time.
Yes, I agree with you. 50 overs, a lot of overs. 7, it's still possible they can bat it out. Maybe highly improbable, you never know. That's a good delivery from Krishna Singh. He has been floating up nicely, taking off pace from the ball, allowing the pitch to bite and offer a little bit of torn, the hallmark of a good off spinner.
I see they've introduced 2 slips. They had a solitary slip first. I don't know, but I just felt that you should have had a silly point, maybe reduce it to 1 slip and bring 1 man in front of the bat, because they were prodding outside there for the past several overs to Krishna, who has been dominating.
Yes, he has done well, 1 for 8. Wavell Allen, who started the bowling, none for 26, bowled with some pace. Anton Lim, 1 for 19, but a star performer so far. Jonathan Van Lang, 5 overs, 18 dot balls, picked up 5 for 25, and 1 for 8 from 4, Krishna Singh. Van Lang actually rocked the middle order.
Really a very, very good effort. And he was not denied anything because of the lack of appetite to bat and to bat constructively. A lot of those balls that ballooned up in the air and happened to give simple catches could have been avoided, I felt. So they have, in other words, they have made Van Lang's work easier.
Yes, and he has put in the effort, Jonathan Van Lang. When he's short, most of the time he's on the body. And when he's up, he's there about. I thought they, looking at 2 players going back, driving outside the line of the off stump, being caught behind, not moving to the pitch of the delivery. The basics. If you're going to look for the drive, you must get to the pitch of the ball. And edging, and a brilliant catch at the wicket once again by Alvin Mahabir, and Salim Khan has to go. He has gone for 4 from 6 deliveries, and once again outside the line of the off stump, touching down in that area where the bat is going to feel uncertain. The edge found, and a brilliant catch low down.
Something of note, Inderjeet. Just let's have a look at this. I've not seen one delivery at least left alone outside the off stump. They have all gone after it, slashing or defending, and just groping, searching outside the off stump, and on 2 or 3 occasions finding the outside edge. But glorious bit of bowling here from Van Lang.
Now he's taken 6 for 25. He's in his 6th over. Brilliant bowling. And I think what is happening out in the middle, you mentioned that he's not a tear-away fast bowler. He's a youngster. He's under 19. But I think his pace is good enough to disturb the nerve of the Berbicians out in the middle, especially him touching down just outside the line of the off stump there. I think he was actually beaten for pace as well. So at 88 for the loss of 8 in the 17th over, I think the entire county of Berbice and the management team and the team itself here, they're going to feel very, very disappointed. Look, they're much better as a batting unit than that 88 for the loss of 8 in the 17th over.
You think they may want to attribute the lack of batsmanship in any way to the pitch, the state of the pitch?
No, I don't think so. Listen, Berbice on this pitch was sent in. Not Berbice, actually. Essequibo in one of the preliminary games. They lost 4 wickets in a bundle. Now, you have to learn to bat through different conditions out in the middle. The pitch is one of them. I made the point this morning. It's going to be a little bit on the slow side. As it dries out, it's going to become quicker, better for batting. It played to our expectation. That's the reason why Demerara sent them into bat. But you can't blame the pitch for being at 88 for 8 with some of the poor shots we played.
Strong appeal, and there goes the finger.
Well, Naim, listen, Ayanda was going across the line of the delivery, trapped in front, and the umpire had no hesitation. If you're going to walk around the ball, some people will walk out of trouble, some is going to walk right into trouble, and that is exactly what the youngster has done there so far.
So all the reverberations in the Malteenoes club, Van Lang, an exceptional bowling performance here from him.
And after
7
today,
from 25.
we can't mispronounce his name. Van Lang, we're going to learn that. And then we actually have, just at the back of our commentary team, the dad of Arif Khan, who played for Ghana in the under-15 tournament, a youngster that shows lots of promise. He's from Cotton-Tree. It's good to see the parents, despite the son isn't playing here, they're coming out to support youth cricket.
Well, it's always good to see parents coming out. Young Krishna Singh has got his mom here, actually. I met her this morning. The Latifs are not in this game, but the dad is here, a cricket fanatic himself.
Yes, and that is what you expect at the youth level. Some say the parents normally bring pressure on the youths out in the middle, but I think it's moral support. You don't shout advice. It's too much when you're a parent. Sit down and just watch. Good start again here. Delivery touching down. And the tall Kumar just looking to play a defensive shot. Van Lang 7 for 25. I think he's going to be in the history books here. I can't recall at the under-19 inter-county tournament any bowler picking up 7 wickets. Good. So this might very well be a record here. 7 for 25. He's in his 6th over. He's going to run in hard. He's going to look the ball short of the body or straight at the stumps.
But I think most of the wickets that Van Lang picked up were deservedly earned by him. I liked when he tempted the batsman outside the off stump. He picked up a few of these 7 wickets via that route, where he was luring the batsman outside the off stump and getting the outside edge.
Yes, I think 3 caught behind, 1 leg before. Huge appeal for leg before again, but that was pretty short. They may be going down the leg
outside
side.
edge.
But he continues
Yes, I think
to place a lot of trouble, and that's why you're hearing in the background the huge support for a great performance. 88 for 9, 17 overs gone.
I'm looking at the skies. It's all still very blue, and we've got some darkish clouds stringing around. But just coming back to the weather forecast, and it's good to know that one side here is applying the pressure and is succeeding to get the first side out very quickly, because rain might or could be a factor. So you want to wrap this up as early as possible.
Yeah, and somebody once said, pressure does bust pipe. I'm afraid this pressure here is really bursting up the Berbice batting. Good delivery once again by Krishna. He's taken 1 for 8. He's in his 5th over. Very economical. And I like the look of him. He has picked up wicket in this tournament. Jumped at him just outside the line of the off stump.
I think Shane Warne used to get it to do that sometimes. There was a bowler before Shane Warne's era. We'll get an easy single here. Abdul Kadir, they described him as the guy that bowls a slow bouncer.
You're talking about heroes of the game and legends of the game that we all look forward to. They matured with time at a different age group level. They weren't that spectacular. Shane had his problems. He came back and become a world star. Guess it's a learning process here.
But you might be surprised, or not necessarily surprised, but people would have. Like, I heard test batsmen tell me that Abdul Kadir had the most variations. And people would also suggest that Shane Warne was simply a right arm leg spinner, but I don't think that was so. He had a lot of variation as well, especially with the flipper and the straighter one.
Great bounce, but he's fully planted there, just checking on the stability of the umpire. Umpire Moses has nothing to do with that whatsoever. Shane Warne, he was a complete bowler, Naeem. He bowled everything he asked for. He bowled the wrong on, that's a googly, the flipper, great leg spinner. He was terrific. What happened in his career that he hardly bowled the googly? Most of his wickets were taken with the pure leg spin that was pitched just outside the leg stump. And he got also the slider, the straighter one, and the flipper. Those were balls that he got wickets with. They were different bowlers. I mean, look at his record. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. Appeal there, not out, says the umpire. But another good delivery, beating the probing edge of Kumar's bat.
End of 18 then, 89 for 9.
And there's so many older players, that we heard about. I've never seen some of them. You heard about Bishan Bedi Singh for some. They say he was the best in that era. I think these people must be measured in the era of the game. We ourselves down here in the West Indies and Guyana in particular, Lance Gibbs, one of the best off spinners the world has ever seen. So different era produce different players who dominate the game. Compare Jack Callis' performance in his era, Sir Garfield Sober's performance in his era. Some feel Garfield will remain the best forever on pure statistics. How do you judge someone like Jack Callis? So it's a different era that produce different players.
Jacques Callis is something else.
All form of the game.
You had a few of them others too, like Ian Botham, I believe, was a dynamic all-rounder. Richard Hadley out of New Zealand.
You had Imran Khan. Those were three guys in an era that really dominated the cricket as far as pace bowling is concerned. Kapil Dev of India as well. So, different era will always produce different player. Here at Malteenoes, Berbice is looking badly to get to three figures. We're in over number 19. They're 8-9 for the loss of 9. Van Lang has knocked the wind out of the sails of Berbice at the moment. They're in rough waters.
Oh, yes.
Change of bowling. Just looking at the delivery stride of this youngster. Peels off the bat. This is going to come down towards the cover boundary. There's a man there. That's Van Lang, the star of today.
Listen, when you have success going for you, the ball will not leave you sometimes. And sometimes when you have failure, the ball travels to you as well. But Jonathan, man, like I tell you, a performance he's going to remember as long as he lives. He's going to tell his great-grandchildren about that. And mind you, Naeem, Berbice, they are the defending champions.
And let's just remind our viewers outside of Guyana, this is the final of the Inter-County Tournament, the Guyana Cricket Board's Inter-County Tournament on the 19. And of course, we're at the Malteenoes ground in the city of Georgetown, the capital of Guyana. Not far away from the Atlantic Ocean, so it's still a very windy morning.
That's a good delivery. A little bit quicker through the air this time, outside the line of the off stump. Always a pleasure coming to Malteenoes. The setting of the ground is a good one. And after this match is finished at some time early, the national under-19 selectors will come up with their touring party that will go to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Edging, brilliantly taken. Wow, that's a fine catch. Going away towards his right. Dindial, brilliant catch, and what a way to end the Berbice innings. Couldn't ask for better. They have folded for 90. We shall view that catch again in the slip. Just coming forward, they're looking to open the face. The edge found. Brilliant catch by Dindial, diving away towards his right, inches off the ground. It has been a complete good performance by Demerara in the field. Berbice bowled out for 90 in 19 overs. Demerara will be looking for 91 runs to win. And look at Jonathan Van Lang, the man that has created some history here today. 7 for 25. He will remember this game for a very, very long time. Yes, Rampatab Ramnot made 6. His brother Rampasad 19, 15 from Afraz Buru, Kevin Kisten 5, not for Rashad Ghafoor, 1 from Damian Cecil, 6 Sanjay Algu, Salim Khan making 4. Roger didn't score, so too Kumar Deopasad. Leaving not out was Matthew Patia on 2 from 11 balls. 90 all out. Look at that extras, aided by 32 as well. That's a huge amount of extra in the bowling department. Jonathan Van Lang, 6 overs, 7 for 25, 24 dot balls, assisted by 1 wicket apiece for Anton Lim, 1 for 19, Krishna Singh 1 for 9, Niran Bani 1 for 1. So 90 all out. Demerara will be looking for 91. Until such time, it's goodbye for now.
Welcome back to the Malteenoes Sports Club ground on Thomas Lands in Georgetown, venue for the final of the Ghana Cricket Board Inter-County Under-19 tournament. 4 teams started the tournament, and the top 2 teams now after the round-robin phase battling now. Look at that, Berbice Under-19 asked to bat first this morning in brilliant conditions for cricket. 90 all from just 19 overs. Did not use up some 31 overs there in the Jeet alongside me, and now it seems as if it's a one-sided affair unless something dramatic, seriously dramatic happens and Demerara make a meal of this run chase. Just 91 needed in 50 overs, should be a walk in the park in the Jeet.
Well, based on the batting lineup of Demerara, it should be a walk in the park, like you said, John. And if they can pick up a 2-3 wickets early, we might very well see a real fight out here in the middle.
Terrible start, and it's something that we've seen going around this year's tournament. Extras following, especially with the new ball. The bowler's not able to get the new ball to do what they want really, so they're not using that new ball effectively. That control is not there, and we've seen Kumar Diopasad bowled very well 2 days ago right here, but bowled in the middle phase of the innings. Big appeal, umpire Moses Ramphal is unmoved. Quite a busy man this morning, Moses, but this time unmoved.
Yes, unmoved, and rightfully so. That was clearly going down the leg side. And Berbice, I like your attitude out in the middle, John. You're looking to defend that 90, and you come out there, shoulders are high. He's pitching down nicely, looking for an early wicket. You never know in this moment if they can pick one up. On the other hand, Demerara will be looking to consolidate the very good position they're in.
Sachin Balgobin and Romeo Demerara, familiar opening pair for Demerara. They've been among the runs, whether as a pair or as individuals. Form a nice partnership at the top of the order. And young Demerara, his dad, Ricky, is watching the game. That's very high, by Moses agrees. But some anxious moments for these batters.
Yes, and the Berbicians will be appealing for every single thing. They'll be working at the appeal court, John, but the judge is going to have a negative say with that one. But like I said, I like the attitude. This is what they need to maintain.
Look at that, very high. Get a little bit of movement with this new ball, some drift you get, and this pitch is very hard. I was out there not so long ago, and that moisture we saw this morning in the Jeet, it's no more. It's very hot out there. That pitch is like concrete now.
Yes, and like we said all morning, once it dries out, it's going to get better for batting. Romeo Demerara started off the tournament in the first round, scoring a half century, 53. On the other hand, Sachin Balgobin has been very consistent as well into the 30s and the 40s.
Yeah, little pocket rocket, young Balgobin. Beautifully played. Will not get off the mark. End of the opening over in the run chase. Demerara looking for 91. They're 1 without loss. But another delivery still to go. Balgobin was here very early this morning at the ground. So I asked him if he was going to work with FL Sport today. He smiled. He said when you live on the west side, you have to be very early because of that bridge.
And I'm certain he's right about that.
Now the over comes to an end, 1 without loss in the run chase.
And a good over sent down by Kumar Diopasad. Very good over. He has kept them checked. What it does too when you're chasing down such a small target, you're not going to get flustered because you know it takes less than 2 runs. In fact, just about 2 runs. In fact, less than 2 runs and over to get to that target. So they can just play normal cricket, you know, pick up the singles here and there, the boundary balls will come along. And once the partnership lasts out in the middle, well then the bowlers will have to change what they are doing to get wickets.
Look at that, 7 for 25 from 6 hostile overs. Well bowled, Jonathan Van Lang. His parents are here enjoying his performance. Good support, Anton Lin, Krishna Singh. He bowled very well, showed good control. Krishna again Rampatop. In fact, it's Rampasad who top scored with 19. Nothing to write home about for Berbice. 90 all out. In a final, yeah, it's either terrible batting or extremely good bowling.
Well, give them the benefit of the doubt. I think it was a mixture of both.
It's more spin. So you guess Berbice now realizing that the pitch has dried out and their only way to get back into this game is through spin. Salim Khan now into the attack, sharing, well, they don't share new balls anymore. He has his own new ball. It's 50 overs.
Yes, John, you're right. It's going to be a diet of spin very early here by Berbice. This is their ace, their trump card, if they're going to make an impact or an inroad into the Demerara batting.
Some Under-19 tournaments you see 3 days, but I rather suspect that this year's tournament will just be white ball. That's why we're not seeing the 3-day inter-county tournament.
Yes, and I think because Cricket West Indies is not playing the 3-day format of the game this year, they're playing the Under-19. I guess with World Cup coming on and CPL, you're looking for those spaces.
Oh, I love it. I love it. To keep bowling, man. Keep bowling, man.
Salim Khan picked up 3 wickets in his previous game other than Demerara. He's a good boy, good spinners. We've seen some youths have given good performances.
Runs here now for Romeo. We get off the mark with a boundary. So 4 runs to him. A short ball, and he pulled it to it nicely in the gap.
Yeah, certainly good looking shot. Didn't look to hit it too hard. The placement was there. Just look at that. Got inside the line of the ball and just tugged it away through backward square and collecting the boundary.
There you go. There's just a pressure shot.
One scoring shot in the over, 2 gone, 5 without loss.
And while there's been, lots of support among the Berbice Under-19 team out in the middle, clapping, cheering, encouraging each other, Demerara working off to a very solid start. Early days, 2 overs completed, 5 without loss. They just need 86 runs more for victory. I know that their coach, their manager, and these boys themselves, they know their maths. So the approach will be calculated based on that.
After the 3rd round defeat to Demerara, he expected a much better performance, especially from Berbice. But that scorecard does not inspire confidence at all. Look at that. Just 2 batters into double figures. Rampasad out and Afraz Budu. Other than that, a string of single-digit scores. And from that, it's difficult to come back into this game with just 90 on the board. No scoreboard pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, you called it right. Look at the technique here of Sachin Balgobin, stretching long forward, killing or smothering whatever little spin he's getting off this track, Kumar. Good technique. He's a tall boy making full use of those legs.
In the last game, the opposite actually was bowling pretty well from the northern end, keeping things quiet. But then Dindial and Mahabir, they weathered the storm because the bowling was on top for a little bit. Then they started to play their strokes, get runs, and then eventually the pressure was released from Berbice, and they went on to score big, Demerara, and win that game quite easily. This time around, Kumar Diopasad, with pressure on him, is forced to bowl with a new ball. Whether he has been doing it before or not, he has to do it now for his team because they're looking for early wickets to pick back his batting side.
Yes, and it's always difficult to write. Despite it is one different ball used on either end of the pitch, it's still a brand new ball. Spinners will always relish a ball that is worn out a little, so they can get the grip, the turn, the bite or the sways, whatever you call it. You know, more than often, sometimes you see in the T20 version they use the spinners, but these boys, yes, a maiden over, that's well bowled, 3 gone, 5 without loss.
That's the bowling for Demerara in the 19 this morning. They started with Allen and Lim. Lim got the early wicket, and then handed over to Jonathan Van Lang, 7 for 25. Krishna Singh and Bani completing the innings with a wicket each. But that spell in the G, I don't think I've seen a hostile spell like that at this level ever.
Yes, I can't recall too. I mean, I'm very impressed with Van Lang. We have seen him play a lot of cricket here in Georgetown. And he ran in and bowled exceedingly well. I love when he bowled the short ball. He didn't overuse it. Was into the body of the batter.
Your bowler, Machu Pataya,
Well done. You keep
bowling from the bottom end, the tutorial high school end.
But John Berbice have to make the necessary changes out in the middle. They have to rotate their bowlers.
But it's a pity that there's no one, maybe not as yet, who can try to replicate what Van Lang has done and also what Lim was doing, because he was getting this short ball to move a little bit and to make the batters a bit uncomfortable. So if there's someone in the Berbice side now that can come and do that kind of thing, we haven't seen that. But they're starting with spin, starting with their preferred method of attack, the preferred way that they know to pick up wickets, and maybe to the detriment of a seam bowler. In the air, chance, that's Roger.
Well, Berbice had a chance to dismiss the left-handed Sachin Balgobin.
Flighty delivery from Pataya. It was in the air, the field at mid-off. Kept his eyes on it, but he had to put in the dive, and when he got down on the ground, the big guy Roger, it spilled.
That should have been taken. He got it into the hands. He's a big guy. I guess hitting the turf and holding on to it might not have been easy for him.
I always like to say, cricket is still a fundamental game. There was no need to dive. Got there on legs, just pouched it, maintain your balance, and celebrate. No, they want to do what they're seeing on TV.
Here's the thing, the over is finished, 4 overs gone, 7 without loss. Awareness level, anticipation of where the batter is going to play the ball, 2 key ingredients as a fielder, whether you're going to save a run or whether you're going for a catch. I think his awareness level and his anticipation that the ball is going to come towards his right was a little bit slow. Being on his feet a little bit quicker, it would have been almost a regulation catch for him. Apparently picked it up a little bit late. Well, Berbice had a chance to pick up a wicket. Demerara dodged a bullet. Berbice will have to continue to wheel and come again. Look at that again. Ramnot, that's Rampatap picking, scoring 19 from 24. Afras Buru 15 from 24. And the other Ramnot, Rampatap, making 6. Jonathan Van Lang 7 for 25. Anton Lim Singh 1 apiece that destroyed Berbice batting.
We're going to continue with the episode for a little longer. Bowling from the northern end, and where the Civil Defense Commission is located, just next door to the Guyana Defense Force base camp in Ghana. It's quite a historic area that we're in the G, Thomas Lands.
Absolutely so. Towards the eastern part of the ground is the famous transport building. John, you spent some time there as a toddler. You went to school there?
Not quite.
You spent some time at the hall though?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, quite an amazing experience at that building. Sunday nights.
Sweet guys.
Oldies or goldies night.
Oldies are goldies. And to the south, there's the Tutorial High School. In fact, where the main building now for Tutorial is, used to have a beautiful cricket field. And that field was well maintained for a long time. Then the school went up. But that area, that school district,
Go, boy.
Wolford Avenue, there's Stella Maris Primary School, St. Joseph's High School, North Georgetown. So it's a very busy area that we're in.
Yes, and to the western part of the ground, we have a racing circuit there as well. The walls are blocking our cameraman, so we can't get to there. You're right, the setting is absolutely splendid.
I remember going out the days in the JIT. I'm not sure if I can still ride a bicycle, but back in the days, you ride a bicycle from in the Campbellville area, right all the way to the National Park. You see cricket playing at all of these grounds, and that was something that inspired many persons in the 80s and early 90s.
And I can understand you, John. I think you can still sit on the seat, but there's less space now between the seat and the handle of the bicycle.
That's 5 overs gone, 7 without loss. Another maiden coming to an end, this time from Kumar Diopasad.
I think Berbice missed the trick in their batting, John. Look, at one stage they were 24 without loss. Out of that 24, 4 runs came from the 2 batters. There were 20 extras at that stage. So you consider that as being a good start for them. After that, they just went downhill after I think it was Lim who picked up a wicket, and then the Van Lang show. He came in and they never ever mastered him. He actually mastered them.
River Allen just could not control the new ball. He was replaced by Van Lang, and Van Lang actually started to hit some good areas very early in his spell, and because of that confidence that he got, he wanted to do well, and he ended up picking up 7 wickets. Really good effort. He's gonna, it slipped through. Rampasad Ramnath on that occasion. Roger had a chance to cut it off. He did not. And then Rampasad Ramnath had to run around to his right to try to cut it off, and just couldn't. It's a boundary.
Yes, and that boundary is going to do the confidence of Romeo Demerara good. Well, he should have done a little bit better, but I guess preserving the body was foremost on his mind. Can't blame him for that. On another day, it might have very well stopped it.
His confident stroke. So Romeo Demerara, a lot of investment has been made in him. His dad spent hours bowling to him, trying to get him to get accustomed to batting long and playing strokes, and it has paid off. He's been doing very well now, Romeo Demerara. More runs for him. Will he come back for the second? More work for Rampasad Ramnath. Yes, 2 runs, and that's good running from Demerara, and then trying to get to his crease in the approved way, sliding his bat in. Very good stuff from the young man.
Yes, I do agree with you. I remember him too as a little boy, his dad taking him to cricket grounds. Remember, I think it was the number 71 cricket ground in Skeldon. His dad sponsored a day of cricket. We were up there with the family. He was a little guy, and he came on to bowl and had the big boys in some trouble. His dad said this guy did not want to eat food at that time, especially vegetables. But what he did to him, whenever he cooked soup, he ensured he went to the market, got a whole set of, well, they call it bhaji, kalalu, and put it in the soup, and he didn't even know he will drink the soup.
6 runs from the 6th over, 13 without loss. I'm sure lots of parents will use that technique to get the youngsters to eat their vegetables, well, to get vegetables in the system. As a summary, 90 all out, Berbice. Now Demerara. The opener is looking unbuttered so far. Malcolm has used up some 19 deliveries for just a single, but no need for him to rush. This is perhaps, he might be thinking in his head, the last opportunity for him to show the selectors his temperament. He has strokes from the West Demerara region, Sachin Malcolm, but Demerara now Picking up a couple of boundaries. He's on to 11. So nice little partnership here for Demerara. Selectors in the G, they have their work cut out.
There you go, Barbara. Let's go. Let's
Yes,
go.
I think the preliminaries have been a very, very good showing, especially by players whose names, are mentioned around, and you think that they will make the under-19 team. Select 11 did not start it well, so too
Shot come here, fellas. A
Essequibo.
big shot come
But
here,
then
boys.
some of individual players blossomed as the tournament grew.
Whoa. Keep bowling, man. You keep bowling. You keep bowling, man. You keep bowling.
I thought at one of the matches here,
Go and score, bro. Yeah,
Lovell
man. Go and
spanked
beat
a
nobody
brilliant
yet, bro.
70
Let's go.
odd
Pressure.
on this very pitch.
Whoa. Keep bowling,
Shahid
bowling, man.
Vincent, that's a boy from Essequibo as well, scored an 80. So individually, there have been some good performances
Let's go,
by
boys.
Essequibian players and the Select 11.
Whoa. Keep bowling, man. You keep bowling, man. Keep bowling, man.
I remember as youngsters growing up as well, and even now in cricket, you pick yourself with your performance. Do not allow the selectors to have a decision to make in the sense of whether they should pick him or not. Let your performance do the talking. And some of these players have done that. They've had 3 opportunities at a preliminary level, and now these 2 teams have another chance to impress the selectors or to give the selectors an opportunity to see consistency or lack of. Another maiden loading here for the upper side. Spoilt. It's going to run pretty close to that extra cover boundary. So 2 runs in the over. That's the end of 7. 15 without loss. Strong reply in the context of the game.
Yes, absolutely strong reply. And John, with an addition this year to the under-19, you're having a final. I mean, I want to say congratulations to the Guyana Cricket Board, giving the selectors another opportunity, and the cream of the crop, another opportunity to play under-19 cricket, so that the selectors can look at them as well. And we also have in our commentary box today the Guyana Cricket Board Territorial Development Officer, Mr. Anthony Danrod. He has been a live wire contacting FL Sports and the commentary panel to ensure that everything runs smoothly.
Yeah, former youth player for Guyana. Maybe we can ask Anthony if there's going to be trials now after this phase of under-19 cricket. But trials used to be a big thing back in the days as well.
Yes.
As Pattaya starts a new over.
Yeah, national trials, very important. I am not too certain as the time that the Guyana Cricket Board might have to send that team to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm not too certain with the dates. But what the trials does is to give players an opportunity in match scenarios as well. So you have your intercounty, then you have 2 teams selected, you have your trials, and you go from there. More cricket.
Tend to be sort of like the best of the best at trials.
Yes. Even at Cricket West Indies level, they went on with the best of the best series.
The call is 2. Rampasad has been very busy in the field. Settle on 1.
And John, at the regional level, I think our boys, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are poised and are in a good position to bring home that 250,000 and the Headley Weeks trophy.
Consistency. It's good to see that the players, they've learned a lot from what the team has done over the years with Leon Johnson and company. Johnson has retired with a title and now just passed on that leadership to Imlak, and the players are gelling nicely. You can see that it's a good unit representing their country. There's a big appeal for a run out actually, but no, not out, says the umpire.
Yes, did not started the tournament this year. That's the West Indies 4-day championship in a blaze of glory. the first match against Trinidad and Tobago washed out because of rain. Then they lost their second game. So it was a great fight back when the likes of Imlak came back to the fore. And Imlak has a good opportunity to continue lighting that baton that was passed on to him, like you said, by Leon Johnson. And he has done so. He has come to the fore, back-to-back hundreds.
Yeah, when the test players came back, Moti, Chandapal, and Imlak was on that tour. It really made a big difference. Kevin Anderson was the leader. 2 runs, 2 singles in over number 8 at the end of it. 17 without loss. Target is 91 for Demerara. They're going to become champions this year. And we're the school district, like we said. Not able to come to the ground? Well, take your school break and watch some cricket. Satori High School right behind us. And the youngsters taking a peep at what's happening. I remember back in the days, there used to be a very good cricket ground right there where that building is now. And Steve Messiah was from that school and used to be touting cricket a lot from that area. Indrajit has disappeared. Avinash Ramzan is with us once again with 74 needed from 42 of us remaining.
Thank you, John. And it should go only one way from here unless something real dramatic happens at Malteenoes. Not the type of total you'd want in a final. 90 all out, Berbice.
Got away nicely. 2 fielders are after it. And look at who's going to get there. Rampasad or Ramnath. The ball has been following him around.
Saw those school children there, John, and it brings back memory of my time back in the 90s going to school. Any little break you had, you got a bat, you got a ball. We're not very competent with it, but every little moment you played cricket.
I remember as well when the regional competitions were on. You have a little radio. I carried my radio to school. At one time, my teacher called me to the front and she said, "What is the score?" I said, what do you mean? Try to pretend I'm not listening to cricket. She said, "I know what you're doing. What is the score?" I gave her the score. She said, "Okay, put away the radio until 3 o'clock."
So I guess the interest in commentary began from since those days, John.
Oh, definitely. That's where it started, at school.
Well, the school is certainly an important part of development of every single human mind, and cricket is one such. There has been the issue of school cricket reappearing in the school system, and the Ghana Cricket Board is trying to have that return. And certainly once that happens, we could see better quality cricketers coming through the system.
You take 2 hands to clap, Avinash, so the Ghana Cricket Board and partners can make it happen. Just can't do it on your own. Many persons are available, just need to reach out. Steady over so far from Dio Prasad. Lots of responsibilities on his shoulder to get an early wicket, but now into his 5th over. He's doing a good job containing, but nothing in the wickets column to show.
Well, he's been pretty good with the ball for Berbice in this tournament. He's picked up wickets at crucial points, but he's a very uphill task for him at this stage to defend 91. And you'd want to think that he'd have to have his best game of the tournament in this final if Berbice are to go on to win.
9 gone, 19 without loss.
So of course a lot of these players would aspire initially to get into the Ghana senior team and ultimately to play international cricket for the West Indies. Just an update from what's taking place in the West Indies 4-Day Championship. Of course, the Harpy Eagles, they're in with a chance of lifting the title, of defending that 4-Day title. Of course, CCC made 200, and the Harpy Eagles, they're currently 193 for 6. Of course, Stage and Ryan Chandapal was dismissed yesterday for 12. Raymond Perez, the overnight batsman, he made 62. Kevlin Anderson, 27. Kevin Sinclair, 37. Kimal Savory, 5. Akshaya Prasad playing his first game of the season. He made 3. And the not-out batsman, Tevin Imlak, the informed captain, he's not out on 34. And Versami Premal on 1. Harpy Eagles, 197 now for 6. CCC 200.
Harp Eagles were, I'm sure, they had hopes of more batting bonus points. About to get there first, but they need to get more, because remember, other title contenders are right or wrong. Windward Islands Volcanoes are in with a chance, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, as well as the Barbados Pride.
Strange move though, Ronaldo. Ali Mohammed, we understand, based on information we're getting, that he was actually dropped for this encounter. And he would have offered some options in terms of fast bowling points to the overall tally.
It's good to see him Lack continues with his good form that he's in, and leading as well, captain. Some captains tend to buckle under some pressure, but Imlak is looking good, handling the responsibility of captain and batsman.
Well, he hasn't had the burden of keeping in this year's tournament. That has been taken care of by Kimal Savory. So focus on his captaincy and batting, and with that, West Indies tour of England in July, that I'm sure is something on his radar. He wants to be there. He was there in Australia, didn't get a chance to play, and I'm sure with the type of form he's been displaying here, he's putting in the minds of the selectors about the possibility of breaking into that starting 11 in England.
So that's the end of 10 overs in the run chase. 21 without loss, and with 10 overs completed, 49 dot balls. No pressure really on Demerara, but something our young batters need to do is try to not soak up so many dot deliveries, especially in white ball cricket. More from you, Avinash, and then to be Naim Chan.
So Demerara, 21 without loss in over number 10. Romeo Demerara, he made a half century in that first game, 13 off 26, 2 boundaries in that knock so far. And Sachin Balgobin, he has been very watchful, 7 of 34. Demerara would hope that these two would bring it home and not have use for the remaining batsmen in that lineup. But of course, Berbice would look to make inroads into the batting as they look to defend the 90. Welcome back to my good friend from Unity on the east coast of Demerara, Naim Chan.
I see you take pride in calling that name, and that's a good sign. Nice windy afternoon. I got the impression, Avinash, that Demerara were perhaps putting a little too much of pressure on themselves. I've seen the lack of freeness and fluency, but I think they're changing gears, but pretty slow. Not that I'm suggesting for them to be irrational and get the runs in a few overs, but undue pressure. I would like to see more picking the gaps, getting ones and twos, and just keep the scoreboard ticking and rotating the strike.
Well, that rotating the strike has always been an issue in Caribbean cricket. I remember doing a bit of analysis on the West Indies T20 batting approach during the COVID era, and even prior to that, lots of dot balls, and they were basically hitting or not running, and that created a huge amount of dot balls, which in the end, had they scored off half of them, maybe the result would have been different. We've had 5 dot balls in this over so far. Take nothing away from Kumar Deoprasad though. He's being spot on with the ball.
And both of the batsmen look pretty comfortable and confident. I like Sachin he has this way of almost smacking the ball. Just that they were not like picking the gaps a little more and squeezing a single here or there. End of the over. 21 without loss, sorry.
That's bowling figures for Berbice so far. Deoprasad, his 6 overs, just 5 runs off of it, 34 dot balls, and 34-16, that's 55 dot balls in those 11 overs, Naim. And of course, Demerara, you might want to say they're allowing themselves to be bogged down, but at the end of the day, you would probably say no wickets down, which is a good thing in a small run chase. Romeo Demerara, he would want to build on that half century he made in the first round, got 53 not out in that 9-wicket win. Didn't get much in the other 2 innings, so he'd want to make it count in this final match before that squad is announced for St. Vincent.
And I guess based on what you just said, that these youngsters know that the selectors are watching, and every opportunity, like I should be coming out not out in this particular innings, so that I can impress the selectors. Like I like to bat, I want to bat, I want to occupy the crease.
There's also the 3-day competition that has to be played in that regional tournament. So maybe they're showing their stickability in this, what should be an easy run chase. 90 runs in 50 overs. You would want to back the batting team. But maybe the guys are just showing their approach that they can spend time at the crease and, you know, steer their team home.
I think that's the major focus. This is more individual than team. You know, I've got to show these guys that I can bat and I want to bat and I can stay out there and occupy and bring home the winning run without losing a wicket.
But of course, you don't want to end up in a situation where you become overly bogged down and then it becomes pressure being built on you and a few wickets here and there, and then all of a sudden the whole complexion of the game changes.
No, I think the last over you were saying they had about 5 dot balls. You already have 4 in this over, and it can end up showing another face to the selectors that number 1, number 2, number 3 batsmen can't put away the ball, even pick up singles. That was very, very close. Good bowling here from Matthew. Sachin prodding forward, found the edge, and a fumble there from the wicketkeeper.
Well, it seems to be an edge. He looked back right away, and there you can see the first slip reacting, Rampatab, Ram not. So a chance gone a begging there for Berbice. And of course, pressure being built by the Berbice bowlers here. The end of over number 12. 22 with outlaws. They're going on under 2 runs per over. But they need 69 at the bottom there. 69 from 228 deliveries. So not much concerns in terms of the runs and balls available. But we know this game is a funny game. And one good spell could change the whole complexion, as we saw with Jonathan Van Lang early in the day. 7 for 25 in case you have just joined our broadcast. Jonathan Van Lang 7 for 25 off 6 overs as Demerara dismissed Berbice for just 90.
I think Demerara they're consumed by the fact that they've got, as you said, 228 balls to get just 69. So where's the need to rush? You know, but just I think the dot balls are too many.
Of course, I mentioned there would be a 3-day competition in the regional tournament. We understand, weather permitting, there would be a couple of 3-day matches before the team departs for that regional tournament. Players from this competition would be selected and would be played in a couple of 3-day games from which this final squad would be selected. I'm sure the selectors by now, though, would have their squads in their head.
Well, we've seen a bit of bad feeling from both sides so far. A few catches going down, misfield. I don't think we should take every misfield as how it looks, because the outfield, the sward here at Malteenoes it's not exactly paradise or an image of paradise like we had seen at other grounds. The dry weather conditions too. You know, but more attention needs to be paid to the rolling of these grounds. I know the government has been helping. I see automated rollers going to some clubs. That's a very, very good move, so that the clubs can actually take care of the facilities, roll the outfield, get it smoother.
And of course, these clubs, as I keep mentioning, they need the support of the government and cricketing authorities to ensure that they're able to sustain their venue. A lot of these clubs, if they don't have a bar, they really can't raise enough funds to sustain themselves. So support is certainly needed if they are going to have their facilities up to standard to host at least inter-county cricket.
Well said. Many of the clubs are pretty dirt poor, although this might be Georgetown. And it's a club of legends, as in DCC's case. A lot of legends coming out of there. And even the Malteenoes, 8 of them went on to play for the West Indies, inclusive of one girl, Indomati Gurdial.
If I remember correctly, Indamati is from your village as well, the village of Unity.
Yeah, we've been churning out magnificent souls from ancient times.
I understand you're part of that list as well?
Self-praise, huh? But no doubt about it. Some villages are more popular in producing dynamic people. We've had politicians, we've had from the village of Unity, Mr. Jagdeo himself, we've had president of the Guyana Cricket Board. But here's the scorecard again coming up there for you. We had great test cricketers, 2 of which would be Colin Croft and Shivnarayan Chandapal, now joined by his son, Tej.
We've also had a couple of youth cricketers for Guyana.
Many of them, a lot of them.
Off the top of my head, Lalchan Prasad and the Arjun brothers, Krishna and Vishal Arjun. You ever played a game, Naeem?
If I ever played?
Yes, cricket.
Beaten again outside the off stump. I feel there's an air of hostility in the commentary box. You mean you didn't have a chance to see me play? Because, and I don't blame you because of your age.
Significant age gap between myself and Naeem for sure. Poor feeling there. And as you mentioned, the outfield is not helping these cricketers at the moment.
And it's not about talking down the clubs. If it's not smooth, it's not smooth. I'm very sympathetic to the clubs, and I hope that as we get bigger and richer from our resources, that a lot more can go down to. I know the government has been emphasizing that more money being spread across to community grounds. That's a very, very good move. Because remember, you had Gaisuko, and they're not, almost not in existence. Outside edge again.
And this venue, like so many others in town, are being used more frequently now that some of the major venues are closed for Cricket World Cup preparation. The Georgetown Cricket Club, Everest Cricket Club, and Police, they're closed for preparation for the upcoming World Cup here in Guyana. Practice and warm-up venues, those are being used. Those venues will be handed over to the ICC on May 1st. The 3 venues in Georgetown. So you'd find the other venues would have to take up the slack in terms of the amount of cricket being played. I know at the Georgetown Cricket Association level, there's right now a challenge in terms of having matches played consistently because of the unavailability of those 3 grounds. At the end of over number 14, Demerara 28 without loss. The target is 91.
Well, that puts it exactly 2 per over. A short while ago, they were on the 2. So slow pickings here, but safe pickings, may I say, at the same time. Just 63 runs required from 216. So there's no rush. Demerara knows that. The instructions are apparently pretty clear. Take your time, just occupy. Let's come out, not out, and win the game. I doubt whether you could have told. That's why I said you can look at it from another perspective too. I don't believe you could have said to Brian Lara, look, come out, come not out. And West Indies is in a commanding position. Sometimes they're in a total dilemma, and Lara will show aggression. But it was the pure class act of the man. A lot of close shaves recently, missing outside edge.
One of the approaches could have been to, we have already had Berbice bowled out for under 100. Just go and finish the game early. These two have taken a different approach, going at just 2 runs and over. Well, dropped just short of first slip there, but some close shaves, as you rightly mentioned, some anxious moments now for Demerara. With Salim Khan, he's been pretty good with the ball for Berbice in this tournament. Picked up a couple of 3-wicket hauls in the competition, and he's had some runs as well. So young Salim Khan has been a find for Berbice in this tournament.
I'm just thinking that now that the batsmen are painstakingly going forward, it would have been a good opportunity for the Berbice captain to attack more. The thing is, he doesn't have the runs on the tins to launch an attack, more aggressive field placing.
But although you haven't had the type of runs, you'd want to go down fighting. You don't want to just sit back and wait for things to happen. You've got to create opportunities. And you're right, they need to attack. You have nothing to lose, really.
Precisely. For these spinners, because the batsmen are encouraging you to attack, they're not putting it away, so it opens up an opportunity for you to put him under pressure. You don't want to hit the ball, I'm putting 2 men up straight under your bat, because the spinners have been quite on target. End of over number 15, 28 without loss.
Just joined the broadcast, 90 all out for Berbice with Jonathan Van Land, 7 to 25. Two of the batters getting help. Ram Prasad, Ram North with 19, and Afraz Guru with 15. 32 extras by that total. That tells you the contribution from the batsmen.
I think the Berbicians, in contrast to the Demerarian batsmen, in contrast, I think that the Berbicians looked far more fluent. I was, in particular, Rampatab, Afraz, and Kiston, but just that they did not produce the runs. Fuller ball outside the off stump. Seems to have sustained just that bit of injury there to the left hand. I guess the boys will show us a replay of this. It was feeling to his own bowling and gives you the impression he didn't know that he was struck so hard.
Well, that was it ferociously there by young Sachin Balgobin, straight back to Patoya. Tried to make an attempt to stop it or at least complete the catch. But picking up an injury was the physio Natisha Mukutnath on the field, getting some attention to the young man.
Young, attractive physio, so I guess the boys wouldn't mind getting injured as often as possible.
And that now is an important part of any sport team. I just recently went with the Golden Jaguars team. There was another young lady that was part of that setup, Yana Edgel. And each national team now that is going out is going with a physio.
And it's good to see the ladies are almost in dominance. You look at scholarships, you look at academics, you look at medicine, you look at, they're in sports, look at politics, what's happening. A lot of women folk in parliament and all of that. Woman's world, I guess.
There's also Vanessa Wickham. She's a physio that went with the Carifta team that did so well at the Carifta Games in 2024, copying a set of medals. And the athletes did speak glowingly about her and the impact that she had had on their performance. So good to see the young ladies making a contribution at the national level.
But I'd like to see much more in politics so we can have more women leaders and prime ministers and presidents. For one, for sure, you may have less wars. There are two current. You may have a lot of quarrel, but you may not. It might not spill over into wars. There's two wars going on right now. It's claimed over 50,000 in Ukraine. Outside edge again, there's an appeal, lots of confidence, and the umpire gives him out. First wicket going down, Sachin Balgobin just getting that outside edge, 11 of 51. He walks back. I don't think this was part of his agenda or his plan. He wanted to stay there. He wanted to stay and bat out until the end. Not to happen. He's faced 52 balls for his 11.
Well, end of a long vigil there for Sachin Balgobin. A slow walk back to the pavilion. That's the end of his tournament for 2024. But that dismissal there just shows you the extremities of the game of cricket. Just a moment ago, Machu Patoya was on the field receiving treatment, and now he's the hero with the ball for Berbice. Now the hero with the ball for Demerara is out in the middle, number 55 on his back, Jonathan Van Lang, 7 for 25. He would want a crown today with a batting performance for the ages.
But I don't know if he normally bats at 3. I don't think so. I believe they want to decorate his performance here today with a nice little flurry with the bat and make it a nice little all-round performance.
And if he gets going, Naeem, we could be home in a jiffy.
He's pretty strong. I described him in a match or two before this one. Hard hitter of the ball, strong young man, very popular with the crowd as well.
Right, they call him Showtime. That's his nickname here in the Georgetown area. And we saw a few of his die-hard fans when he was bowling, cheering him on right in the commentary booth behind us. Van Lang, a multi-talented young Guyanese. He represented the country in table tennis as well. So he's very much versatile in what he does. When he's not on the table, he's on the pitch. Young Jonathan Van Lang.
There's some people who just master sports. I was looking at the board on the Malteenoes wall of those people who represented Guyana at cricket. Not a bit of misfielding here. And Cecil Bruiser Thomas, whose name is on that board, well, I worked with him at the radio in the 1980s. And he represented Guyana in 3 disciplines.
Van Lang also dabbled in a bit of swimming. His sister Brittany Van Lang also represented the country, so good sporting pedigree, the Van Lang family.
It might be pretty hard to keep him afloat. He's pretty heavy and strong. Nice cricketer and jovial fella.
And there's lots of expectation from him as he overcomes to an end. The end of over number 16, 30 for the loss of 1. There are lots of expectation from Jonathan Van Lang. The general talk around cricket in Guyana is that he's expected to go all the way to the top once he continues on that trajectory. I think he's not been playing as much table tennis as he wanted to now. The national team is actually out of the country at the moment, and he has opted to play this inter-county competition to vie for selection to the national team. And I think he has done himself justice with his performance today with getting on that plane to St. Vincent.
Well, I hope the upward trajectory of sports in the country continues. We had mixed results at table tennis, but I know we always give a good account in table tennis. We give a good account in karate, boxing. We're not doing badly at all. But of course, we now should start having our eyes on the big stage. athletics has been kicking up a storm recently, and I hope as we get better financially and otherwise that we can realize those dreams.
Well, it has never been about talent or lack thereof for Guyana. We have always had talents coming through. The issue has been that transition from the junior to the senior level. We have lost tremendous amount of athletes in all disciplines from the junior making that transition to the senior level, and systems have to be developed. The government, of course, has to play its part in partnership with the association. We're seeing that happening through the academy system that has been developed now to get players to make that smooth transition.
Good bowling here, good bowling. Tantalizingly, just getting the batsman, should I go or not? Should I prod forward or not? He caught the batsman, Romeo, there in two minds, which means the bowler is doing something.
Van Lang having a few words now with Demerara, maybe just to tell him exactly what he's seeing from the non-striker end and how maybe he could cover a bit. But Romeo Demerara has been there from the start, 17 of 45 deliveries.
But somewhere along the line, Avinash, Romeo has lost a bit of confidence and the rhythm I saw earlier on. A little slightly onshore. He's been beaten a few times too outside the line of the off stump.
But he would want to bat to the end here and give his father something to smile about. Ricky Demerara, he's actually in the venue watching on the game. He has been at all the matches. I saw him at Lusignan the other day, and he was here again at Malteenoes just 2 days ago. So it's good to see the parents having an interest. I see the father of Mavindra Dindyal is also here. So good to see the parents coming out and watching the youngsters in action.
And as I mentioned, Krishna Singh's mom is also here. I guess there are several other members of families here supporting their boys. Van Lang pounces on that one and batters it straight through the offside. Good shot there. Look at this. Earlier on we were saying about bogged down and being unable to execute or put away the bowling. Look how simple Van Lang has made it look on this occasion.
Well, that was all power, timing and placement. Perfectly executed in the end from Jonathan Van Lang. He moves up to 5. At the end of over number 17, 35 for the loss of 1. Demerara, they need another 56 for victory, and there's the final of the Guyana Cricket Board's Intercounty Under-19 competition. I'll leave you with more thoughts from Naeem, and then it will be the voice of Inderjeet Prasad.
Well, look how good weather conditions we've had. Look in the far distance, that's the banana tree. And just look at the movement of the leaves just swaying. Nice fresh Atlantic breeze coming across the ground. And Jeet, as I welcome you back, I told you what the weather forecast had predicted. Actually, thunderstorms going into the afternoon period. I'm not seeing that really in sight.
This is just about 25 minutes after the noon hour. So I guess maybe that's going to be a little bit later in the afternoon when you tend to have these very, very strong winds. So that might be very well on the card. And Naeem, Van Lang has brought another dimension to the game. He's an excellent batter as well. So he's a very, very good all-rounder. He hits it very, very hard. I think prior to his coming out in the middle there, not a large target to chase down, so it gave the batters a chance to play themselves in, collecting a single here and there. Just like this. This is a good-looking shot by Romeo Demerara. All timing, left the bat very elegantly. So it depends on the target. It dictates the approach out in the middle.
Yes, lest they would be accused if they're irrational in their shots and their execution. Next thing the crowd is going to say, beaten outside the off stump. These off spinners are really on target at the moment. Yeah, you'll be accused of, you have 50 overs to make this 90 runs. What's the rush about? And the crowd, they can be
Yes, exactly.
Dutch axes sometimes.
Yeah, that was a good delivery by Matthew Pataya. It pitched a little bit of turn, had good bounce as well, and beating the left-handed Romeo. Well, that actually got into the bat of Van Lang, but it left it sweetly. The timing here, and it shows that he's growing in confidence. Well, umpire Moses, I think, will be raising the fingers. I'm not certain what's happening there. A dive, has he gotten home? Well, the umpire said he's home. But he's the boss out in the middle, would have seen it with his own eyes, they say. Well, Romeo Demerara has survived here at the moment. Was a good throw, outfoxed by the bowler. 18 overs gone, and just lobbed in the air. Did not went towards the wide mid-off fielder. And then they had a chance to run him out. Umpire Moses says not out.
Pretty close shave, though.
Very, very close shave there. So Romeo Demerara, he will learn from this. He should have waited a little on that delivery, committed himself, Naeem, to come down the track. And when he got there, the bowler saw him very early, pulled back the length a little. That's the reason why he popped it up.
Well, he should have been happy that he has survived and the ball did not go to a fielder, because it was a clear outside ballooning off the bat. And then the tragedy that followed was that he wanted to scamper through for a quick single. I guess a rush of adrenaline.
And you look at these balls coming off the bat of Van Lang. That's what confidence does, Naeem. He has the skills, he has the confidence, and he has the power. Great timing. It's looked like a real big man batting out in the middle.
Yes, he looks apart, like a cut above his peers. He's absolute. Of course, he's playing at his home ground as well. But I saw him at the DCC, and he looked just as confident as he are here today.
Yeah, this is good bowling by Kumar, just forcing him back deep in the crease. Kept a little bit low, not too much of spin there. So he's learning, mixing it up nicely here, Kumar Deopasad. He wouldn't want to float it up too much to Van Lang. And when you're bowling against batters like these, you have to ensure you get the right length. Because if he gets the luxury of getting early on the back foot, they're going to disappear through the offside. Look, Berbice is fighting here, Naeem. They are not giving up at all. They have dropped 2 catches, which they should have taken. And they have used their spinners. They have picked up just 1 wicket. Another over comes to an end, 19 gone, 37 for 1. It was in the 19th over, actually, the end of it, that Berbice were bundled out for their 90. Demerara 37 for 1 on the other hand.
Well, what's pretty obvious about Demerara's batting, as the scorecard comes up, you can have a little look at it. What has been pretty obvious is that the batsmen Demerara have not been finding the gaps. So it's either that the field placing is so supreme and the bowling is so good that it has to be struck all the time to the fielders. They have not been picking gaps, they have not been pushing and getting singles and rotating. You see the amount of dot balls, it's always appearing on the screen.
Yeah, and there's another scenario as well to that. Could be because of that target they're chasing. No chance for any risk whatsoever. So just play natural cricket out in the middle. Lots of overs to be batted. Spend more time in the sun.
And obviously, I believe that's the way they interpreted it. Listen, it's 90 runs, 91 runs to win. There's no rush. Let's just bat, enjoy, have fun.
At the same time, too, the point that you made about so many dot deliveries that has plagued Caribbean batters, over the years. Even our senior players, you could understand sometimes in our youth cricket. That's the developmental phase of the game. But when it comes to senior cricket, and you see men looking good for Avinash camera that he's focused on, good for photography, but nothing to show on the scorebook. You imagine West Indies had to hold a camp in Antigua prior to a tour and teach our batters how to run between the wicket, and that's senior cricket. We got to stop that.
It's a very high wind, Indrajit, strangely high. I don't think in the past 2 months I've seen such a windy afternoon. Yes, we had a few afternoons, but I don't think it was so high. High winds.
Yeah.
Not a beauty of a delivery there. Just missing outside there. Prodding forward. Romeo for the umpteenth time. Just prodding forward. It would be nice to have another look at that particular delivery. But good bowling. I think the bowlers have been plugging. What would have been interesting from a cricketing perspective, not for Demerara or for Berbice, is if 2 or 3 wickets fall and let's see nice cricket, put another bit of spice in the game and give it a completely different complexion.
Demerara will say to you, Naeem, hold up, Mr. Chan. We don't want that to happen at all. But I get you. I understand what you mean. That was an excellent over by Afraz. His first over, just 1 run coming off his bowling in that over. And it was so close to getting a wicket as well. But the spinners, they have done a decent job.
Well, they have found that gap, but it's not going to carry towards the boundary. They'll come back for 2.
And Romeo Demerara here, growing in confidence. You see him looking for the on drive and turning the wrist nicely between the gap that's between the short mid wicket and the bowler, and getting 2 runs for it. So he's just growing in confidence. Yeah, if he had delayed that shot a little, well, I guess this is still a learning stage for these boys. You learn from Shivnarine Chandapal how to get off strike. He would have played as late as possible and pick up a single with that one. That's a good delivery, Naeem. Right on target by Kumar Dev Prasad once again. Look, this guy's in his 8th over. None for 7. He's a stingy man. The Albion player gets his man to come down the track. Out Fox, and a great work by the keeper. So the plan has worked. And once again, Romeo Demerara just throwing that wicket away. Threw caution to the wind and out Fox by the bowler. Well bowled, Kumar, the man from Albion.
I tell you, this is great teamwork. Fantastic bowling. He drew him out, Romeo, from his crease, his place, his comfort zone, so to speak. And the wicket-keeper did an excellent job.
Yes, a fine job by the keeper. You see him, look at this one here. Coming down the track there, missing it. And the keeper did the rest. So 40 now for the loss of 2. There is a fight, and they say, Naeem, when your back is against the wall, you must stand up and fight. And according to the Chinese, be a man. And this is what Berbice are doing. They're fighting.
They're fighting. Or be a good athlete, run, you know. But no doubt, it's just a pity for the sake of cricket that Berbice did not go on and accumulate a few more runs to give a good day's cricket for the spectators to see. I mean, 90 runs in all scenarios and perspective, you know. But here comes one of the champion youths around the country, Movindra Dindyal.
Yes, a West Indian under-19 player, represented the West Indies at the last ICC under-19 World Cup, and surely learned from that experience a thunderous 102 against his very Berbice team in the preliminaries, and right away onto the back foot, left the bat in a hurry. The placement wasn't there, however.
Let's go, boys.
What a wonderful day for cricket here. Brilliant sunshine. The story of those leaves will tell you about the wind that's blowing here. And here was he tempted to come down the track, but decided to say, you know what, I saw how the previous wicket fell, stayed inside there. 21 overs gone, 40 for the loss of 2.
Yes, Kumar is indeed having a good spell. Look, from all indications, luring the batsman out.
That's the job of a spinner. You must tantalize, you must lure, let him make the mistakes. So, Berbice under-19, you see that's 90 all out from 19 overs. Ramnath, that's Rampasad Ramnath, 19. Afraz Buru look good there for his 15. Rampatab Ramnath, just 6 from 18. Van Lang, the destroyer, 7 for 25 from 6. 1 apiece for Lim and Krishna Singh. Demerara so far, they've got on to 40 for the loss of 2. 21 gone. They're scoring at 1.90. That's insignificant at the moment. 51 runs needed from 174 balls.
Well, I guess they're not inculcating any kind of fear. They know that they have a decent batting lineup, Demerara. And they know that there's no need to rush and just go into any frenetic excursion. Just stay and bat and just see the runs home. After all, it's a final. You don't want to lose that.
Yes, that I guess it's a golden wear. They will always want to get their hands at that. Berbice, they're the defending champions, and Demerara will love to get that trophy. Bragging rights, always great competition when it comes between these two.
You're right, the two counties, absolutely. And we've spent so many years indulging in commentaries describing the two counties. Always big rivalry.
Well, that's a little bit lucky escape. It's going to run close towards the boundary. Will it get there? It won't. And they've taken how many? 2? Yeah, but that was ever so close to the short backward square. And once again, you know, if you saw him there, that's Movindra Dindyal moving inside the line. He's going to play that turn shot. Perhaps on another day, the youngster out there would have been moving to his right a little bit quicker. Shout for catch it at the wicket. Partly got an edge. That was a quicker one, beaten all over the place. Well, bro, Lafraz. We shall surely watch it on the replay, Naeem.
And just 2 overs ago, we saw a drop catch too in the behind the stumps. But when you've got when you're only able to muster as little as 90 runs, it's like every single chance available to you, you must grab.
That's right, and then is where you're going to make it more competitive. I'm afraid some of the catches we've seen dropped should have been taken. Well, the more pace you put on the ball to Van Lang, it's going to come off the pitch a little bit quicker, right into his zone. Good looking shot to long on for a single and keeps the strike. 22 gone. It's 45 for the loss of 2.
Well, Berbice had 41 for 1. That's when they lost their first wicket. It's 45 for 2. Demerara could be very mindful of that also and say, listen, no chances here. Let's just creep along and just make sure we win.
Yes, and I think Berbice miscalculated with some of their shot selections. Much more better than that 90 that they posted out in the middle. You mentioned 41 for 1 and got bowled out for 90. Not good enough. I mean, take nothing away from Van Lang. I thought he bowled with good pace, good sense, rewarded, got 7 wickets for 25. Well, I thought on paper, Berbice much more valuable than that.
But there were so many injudicious shots that we saw committed by Berbice that they have put themselves in this situation.
Yes, just did not score too many runs.
Let's go, boy!
Yes, we've seen so many batters over the years struggle with deliveries that are quick and outside the line of the off stump. Onto the back foot. He's a strong boy. Thank heavens he didn't collide it with Mavendra Dindyal. That would have been like a barge hitting a fishing boat there now. He's a huge guy. Dindyal has size as well. Could have been a little earthquake, you never know. Thank heavens it was not Joshua Ramlal. Our man.
That's good competition, that's what I know.
Yes, it's amazing how these youngsters have grown since FL Sports has come into the reckoning. Nicely tossed up here. And defending, played well, Mavendra. This one was a short of a length delivery. Had some pace and it. Just take a little bit out of that. Don't get carried away by the situation. He's in his 9th over, 1 for 8. Terrific bowling here. So Naeem has left. Gone for a little beverage. Hello, John. 46 for the loss of 2. Demerara still has discovered Berbice fighting.
Good fight being shown by Berbice. They need more wickets. But that being said, in the G, chances are created, but not every chance they've managed to hold on to. So some anxious moments, and even the running between the wickets, like we just saw, almost a collision. So things are not as they seem in total control, Demerara. Centurion from the last game has just gotten to the crease. 10 deliveries for just 3 so far from Dindyal. Van Lang, the man of the day. He's almost into double figures now. So this is a really good partnership now for Demerara. You expect that this pair now, they've seen both openers disappeared. I expect this pair to bring it home. Singleton on the 23rd, 47 for 2. Still 44 away from victory.
And the good thing about that 44 away from victory is that they have 8 wickets stand in, and with Jonathan Van Lang there, their skipper Mavendra Dindyal should make it much more easy for them. John, there was a time when we never really had TV or never streamed. People listening it on the radio. Today we have our boys who are playing cricket. They're seeing so many international games across the world, T10, T20. This simply means they have to remain focused on what they are doing. You just don't want to copycat every single thing that you see on television.
Afras Buru starts a new over. And there we see Dindyal on drive, but chipping it in the air. Too far out of the reach of the bowler. Some anxious moments again. Yeah, the cameras are out. And the technology is there, so it's being used. Bold, playing back, exposing his stubs. And he's bowled. Jonathan Van Lang exposing all 3 stumps. He goes for 9. It's now 48 for the loss of 3 in the 24th.
And that's brilliant bowling by Afras Buru, John. I was making the point with Naeem, if you can get him deep in the crease on the back foot, I think there's a little vulnerability there, especially with the way Afras was bowling. Buru gets his man. That's a big wicket to get. 48 for the loss of 3. And yet again, Berbice continues to believe in themselves.
So Buru getting his first wicket. The third Demerara batter to be dismissed. And our late colleague, Clyde Butts, would say at a run chase like this, 91 to get from 50 overs should not give a team trouble. And in this case, giving Demerara all this trouble, he said that's not good cricket. That's what the great Clyde Butts would say.
Yes, and I always remember his words, John. It's a pity. Sometimes I ask myself, has our brother indeed died? The kind of death as well. That's shocking. It still remains shocking. Of course, missed him in the commentary box.
Yeah, and it's cricket like these, you'd hear him getting a little bit more boisterous. Cannot be getting all this trouble just to get 91 in an easy pace track.
I like the atmosphere, though, that the spectators have created here at Malteenoes. Some on top of where we are commentating from. Some quite a packed hall where we are commentating from here. And some down at the bottom as well. So it has brought out spectators. And that's good to see. And John, I've just seen the presence of Azad Fuddadin, former West Indian player. He's in the house.
Well, I've seen the stream and decided to come take a look. Good bounce. Afras Buru is really a handful. And now with that wicket, the big wicket of Van Lang. Another pep in the step now for the Berbicians. Looking for more success.
That's good to see. The body language tells how badly. Oh, he floors it. Why you want to do this at this stage? And Alvin Mahabir has gotten a chance here. I'm afraid that Berbice will have to go back and just learn how to catch. Can't be doing that. Rampasad should have taken it. Buttery hands there.
Could have easily been 2 in the over. Ended up just 1. 24 gone, 49 for the loss of 3.
John, in Berbice and in the country areas, many of these guys, Albion, Port Morant, and so on, Kanji area, New Amsterdam, they learn to catch a lot of shrimp and fish, roaming the trenches and the little drains. Use that to catch a cricket ball. You have to get certain skills. I'll be saying at this time they can't even catch a coal. Bad feeling, you can't praise it.
Had they held their chances in the Jeet, could have been looking at a different scoreboard altogether.
Yes, I agree with that totally. That 49 for 3 could have easily been 49 for maybe 6. Look at the chances that went down.
Diopasad to finish his spell now. This is his final over. Very economical stuff from him so far. Just 1 wicket. Demerara yet to get to their 50. That is a milestone, but it's taken a year and a day to get there. This pair took Demerara home in the last game against Berbice, right here at Malteenoes. They want to at least start a little bit of a partnership. Lunch is going to be taken at 1 p.m. So at least want to go to lunch. Do remember Berbice was bowled out in just 19 overs, so they had a change of innings, and Demerara started the run chase. But the scheduled lunch will be taken at 1, except if Demerara get pretty close to their target and they decide to stay out. But lunch should be taken in under 10 minutes, so that is something that will be playing on their minds as well. Quick delivery, wind. You can see the wind has picked up as well. Look at the leaves in the background, just by Tutorial High School. So the breeze, look at the uniforms as well. Pretty windy now.
Naim's Chan weather forecast is coming to 4. He said as we go to later in the afternoon, not necessarily rain, but we're going to have some storms.
No communication between the fielder at extra cover and the bowler. They both thought the other had it covered, and in the end just a single. So the 50 on the board now for Demerara on the 19s. They've gotten there in the 25th over, 3 wickets down. Is this the same team that scored quickly 2 days ago against the same opposition at the same ground? Is it the pressure of the final? Single to end a very good spell of bowling from Kumar Diaprasad. 10 overs, 1 for 11. Very economical stuff from the young man.
Yes, brilliant, not a bag of wicket, but like you rightly said, from 10 overs, if you can give away 11 runs, and a misfield was actually a part of that as well. 1 for 11, brilliant bowling. 1 for 11, 53 dot balls in his 10 overs. 1 for 19, Patia and Afraz Buru 1 for how much? 8? Good bowling so far. Just that their fielding has let them down.
Heavy percentage of dot balls. Dancing palm trees. Buru to continue. Nice flighted delivery. Pace off.
There is an area on that pitch where the striker is. When he hits that area, he gets some good bounce off the pitch. That is where he's going to be calculating. Oh, this is a brilliant shot that swept away, out through deep backward square, and away to the boundary. That's gone for 4. That's a fine shot by Alvin Mahabir. Well played.
It was on the line of the leg stump, so he had to sweep it, swept to the tide nicely. Got good connection. And there's no fielder behind square on the onside. So it went across the boundary ropes quickly. One of the things Demerara will have to look at as well is the bowling of Berbice, their 5th option. We haven't seen any seamers yet. And now with Diaprasad out of the attack because he's completed his spell of 10, there's an enforced change to be made at the northern end. So that is something Demerara can also take into consideration, play the patience game, the waiting game.
And that's brilliant fielding this time. This is what you want to see more often by the Berbice fielders. They have the skills, but just something has let them down here today. Guess that's going to be discussed at lunchtime. John, you've brought another scenario for what we can expect here. That 5th bowler. Yeah, that's something definitely in the reckoning.
Another shout. They're looking for wickets, Berbice. That's the way that's the only way they can win.
Another scenario.
Need wickets. 26
for what
gone,
we can
56 for
expect
loss
here.
of 3.
That 5th
Still
bowler.
35 runs away from victory.
Yes, at this stage, you will feel that Demerara still has this game under control, that they'll go on to win. But like the old great man Jeff Boycott in the commentary box will say, you add another 2 to that and you'll see the difference in the game.
So look at the bowling so far. Just 4 bowlers used, all spin. 1 bowled out in Kumar Diaprasad. Someone will have to replace him now. Machu Potaya has 2 overs up his sleeves. So someone else will have to pick up that slack, whether it's going to be one of the bowlers who has bowled already or a new bowler. So that is something that Demerara will have to wait and see now.
I'll go.
Yes, and it's going to be interesting to see who else they're going to use in the team.
But there's also the dynamic of not having a fifth bowler, because 4 bowlers can bowl 10. That means 40 overs. And if you can use 40 overs to bowl out your opposition, you don't need a fifth bowler.
I think that's the reason why they have bowled their spinners here. That's a good ball by Potia once again. I like the way he floated it, asking the tall Mavindra to stretch long out to it. Maybe if he wants to go over the top, hit against the wind.
Another Test cricketer has arrived. He used to be quick in his days.
You mean he's walking very slow now?
Rayon Dane King.
You keep going, macho.
A young Rayon King moving into bowl was like Rolls Royce, man.
Let me go, macho.
You want to say he's moving stationary now, Avinash?
Pataya is bowling to his field. The field deep set. Just lobbing it up nicely. Trying to buy a wicket, and especially going to lunch. If they can pick up one of these 2 batters, Berbice can say they can enjoy lunch and come back to have a celebration.
You never know what can happen. Maybe it's a day when somebody might take a hat trick, John. And turn everything on its head like that. That's a brilliant ball. Quicker through the air. The length was different, the line was different, making Mavendra think differently. But that's a good delivery.
But no foot movement from Dindyal.
Let's work, boys.
So Berbice trying everything. They're throwing their dices, hoping that they can get a wicket at least before at the interval. It's in the air. And it's in the pavilion as well. Short delivery. And there he was pulling aerially and got the reward. Over completed, 27 gone, 62 for 3.
And thank God, John, this is not the Stabrook Market roof. It's actually the roof here at Malteenoes. Was it hard? It was hit high. Got the distance. Was a fine shot.
So 121 dot balls in the innings so far. So out of 27 overs, you can say pretty much 21 overs are dot balls.
And that's a mighty lot that we're talking about. Absolutely. So Sachin Balgobin, 11 from 52. Romeo Demerara, 22 from 62. Jonathan Van Lang, 9 from 14. Mavendra Dindyal, he's still there, 12 from 23. Alvin Mahabir is there, 5 from 11. So perhaps the 2 best middle orders you're having out in the middle in this Demerara team at the moment.
Afras Buru coming for his 5th now. Victory target of 9-1 is just 29 runs away. There's a big discussion of whether the players should take lunch now or not. It's actually the 1 p.m. mark. Mavendra Dindyal is saying play through. Dindyal is the captain of Demerara. He's batting. He's at the middle as well. So they're lifting bails. They're going to come off. So they're going to take lunch. It was scheduled for 1 p.m. So just going to delay the inevitable just a little bit, Avinash. Whichever way this game is going to go, we just have to wait a bit longer now. We just have to go grab some lunch and come back for the finale. It's set up nicely, however, with 3 wickets down for Demerara in this run chase. 29 needed lots of time in the game. 3 wickets down, 7 in the bag. Are you still thinking, Avinash, Tanta Merle can sing on this one?
You would want to, John, give Demerara the upper hand here. 3 wickets down, but not much needed for victory. 29 to get, lots of overs to get them. and you would want to think after a refreshed lunch period, they will come back here and knock off these runs. However, as we have been saying, it would need a remarkable bowling performance from Berbice if they are to defend that 90. They haven't been backed up by the fielders. We saw a lot of spilled chances, and that has been to their detriment. It could have been probably 6-7 down by now had they held their catches.
So that's the situation at lunch. 90 all out. Berbice on the 19 in reply. Demerara 62 for the loss of 3. 27 overs used up so far. The Ryan made 22 at the top of the order. Dindial is still there on 12. Sachin Malgabe, the other opener, went for 11. So 29 runs still to get. Kumar, the opposite, bowled out his 10. Pataya has one more. Afras Buru in the middle of a very good spell. So all to play for. We'll come back in about 30 minutes. Afras Buru right after lunch, already on target, asking questions of umpire Nagisar. Runs as well. So they're picking away at this target. 3 runs already from this over just after lunch. So now requiring just 26. Down the ground he goes. And that one goes sailing into Tutorial High School's compound. Runs right after lunch.
Well, Seam Mavindra had a hearty lunch there. Big shot out of Malteenoes and into the Tutorial High School compound. Looking back at that now, he had quite a few in the last game when he got that 100. So he'd have good memories of batting here at Malteenoes. He moves into the 20s, 20 of 26. Alvin Mohabir, with whom he had that fantastic partnership in that previous round, which they added 138, unbroken for the 4th wicket. They would want to close this off now. Just 21 needed.
Yeah, you need to show consistency. Nice 100 in the previous game, but what do you follow up with? Has a start again, 20. The target is just 91, but you need to at least get most of that 91 under your belt. You have a chance.
Yeah, consistency has always been an issue with so many Caribbean players. You get a score here, then you go off. It's good to see in the regional 4-day championship that is ongoing, a few players displaying some level of consistency. Our very own Kevin Imlach, hundreds, back-to-back hundreds, and then on a 5th or something odd not out currently. So Mikel Louis from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes getting some runs as well. But that is something has been plaguing Caribbean players generally, especially the batsmen.
So the ball is back. Steered away. More runs here for Demerara right after the lunch break. Whatever they had for lunch, they maybe should have had that for breakfast.
Well, not a boundary there to Dindi Ali's on the 24. And talk about consistency in inter-county cricket. One of the guys that was very consistent at the inter-county level for Berbice, Asad Fuddadin. He is watching on the game at the moment. He was one of the standout batsmen in inter-county cricket at the time. If I remember correctly, he had a double 100 at DCC sometime back in a 3-day competition.
I remember watching him since he was on a 15 level. Lots of games at that time used to be played at LBI on the east coast of Demerara. So since on the 15 level, he was scoring heavily. Asad Fuddadin went on to play senior cricket for Guyana and of course the West Indies. Short international career, but not many can say they wore international colours.
And he would want to consider himself unfortunate to not have played more international cricket. Remember, got injured, thumb injury on that tour of South Africa in the practice session. Was never considered thereafter again. Had to return home, and that was the end of it.
Salam Khan to continue. Quick delivery. Extra bounce as well. So Mohabir is tall, so he's going to handle it well.
And talk about inter-county cricket, John. We just had some memory rushing back. We saw Rayon Dane King and Dinesh Joseph shaking hands. It was not that friendly couple 2 decades ago.
Someone said, Dinesh Joseph finally facing up to Rayon King?
The good old days of senior inter-county cricket when the likes of Dinesh Joseph and Jaimini Singh and Ramesh Narain were the dominant forces. Essequibo, Bisham Sipasad as well. Some big names out of Essequibo. But it was so difficult to get into a Guyana team at that time. Some real quality players from the Essequibo County never really got an opportunity to play for Guyana at the senior level.
Gonzalez, the Marulals, those guys, she said, perhaps you can say they came at the wrong time.
And the Prince of Essequibo, Ravindra Mandalal. One of the top batsmen of his era. His brother as well decided that he's going to score runs via journalism. Ravindra Mandalal.
So their nephew, one of the younger Malolal, was actually playing in the primary schools tournament, which was recently held on the Essequibo coast. So another generation of cricket in Essequibo. But it's really good to see some of the former legends of intercounty, so to speak, coming out. 29 gone, 76 for a loss of 3.
Well, it seems to be going one way here now after lunch. One-way traffic. Need 115 actually from 126 deliveries. Demerara to regain the intercounty title. Of course, Berbice won the title last year. Just a quick look at the match summary. Berbice 90 all out in 19 overs, and Demerara 76 for 3. Suffer a bit of a middle order wobble, but they've seemed to be back on course now with Mavindra Dindial and Alvin Mohabir at the crease.
Arfaz Buru, once again, traveled in the last over, went for a 6 and then a 4. Pretty expensive over in the context of the game. It's just 15 needed now. Another appeal.
When you look at how this game has panned out, John, this bowling innings for Berbice, they've dropped quite a number of catches, and you think if they probably had about 40, 50 runs more, this game could have been a different one from here on. The approach would have been different, I'm sure, from Demerara, but had they held their chances, things could have been extremely different at this point.
Then the extra is not helping at all. Second wide in the over now, so the extra is playing a major role. So 13 needed, so you can say 2 hits away and a single.
Right. A disappointing performance by Berbice here. Traditionally, a strong unit. They have a pretty good unit. They played well in those first 2 games, and even in the third round when they got 223 for 9. But super batting by the spear won it for Demerara. But today they were totally out of it. Never really got a partnership going, but they were met by some wonderful bowling by young Jonathan Van Lang. 7 for 25.
That must be a record of some sort, especially for limited overs on the 19. Another appeal. So there's 2 wides in the over so far. Sabudu now in about to complete his 6th over. So you haven't seen a 5th bowler for Berbice.
Maybe they're hoping that they could bowl out Demerara inside 40.
Well, 91 is the target, and if they can restrict the team to less than 91 and 40, then they should be victors.
Of course, after the end of over number 30, it's 79 for the loss of 3. 12 needed from 120 balls. Of course, there would be the presentation ceremony happening after completion of the innings, where the champion team would be presented with the intercounty trophy. There would be award, I'm sure, for individual awards for the tournament will be handed out as well after the game is over. Awards for the most runs and most wickets would be given out at the award ceremony. The president of the Guyana Cricket Board, Mr. Bisundayal Singh, as CWI director, he's at the venue, and he would be, I'm sure, one of the person that would be speaking at that presentation.
It's in the air. In and out. Another chance being floored.
Well, this is not good at all from Berbice. They're not getting it right. He had it covered, but that's in and out. Another catch. This is about the fifth catch that they dropped today. And they're dropping the Inter-County Championship by virtue.
That's correct. And then they are again given another chance. So that's, you can say, bad cricket as well from Demerara. Because Dindial looking to clear the field at mid-off. Just did not get to the pitch of it. Ball went high on the bat and almost lost his wicket. That's it. Played along the ground.
That shot clearly frustrated Norman on the sidelines. He's been very vociferous. I'm sure you could hear it through our microphones. But we spoke about consistency, John, and we haven't had the type of consistency from the batsmen yet again in this Under-19 inter-county competition. Worked away by Dindial. He moves on now to 25, 80 for the loss of 3, just 10 runs away, 11 runs away from victory.
Quite a classy batsman, Ravindra Dindial.
We spoke about transition earlier. This final year of the Under-19 level now, he'll be moving up to play senior cricket. He's already a contracted player with the Guyana Harpy Eagles, so he has to make that step up now to another level. And I'm sure he's fully aware that he has to up his game if he wants to be successful in senior cricket.
This can run pretty close to the boundary. It will get there just ahead of the fielders. Hello to Mr. Carl Moore, one of the regular viewers of FL Sport, watching all the way from the US of A.
And if ever, John, there was a humble servant of cricket, it has to be Mr. Carl Moore. Mr. Carl Moore. I remember when I was at NCN over a decade ago, he used to write match reports on those sheets, those empty sheets, and send it down with the drivers from Berbice on a Monday morning. And you have to go through 10 to 12 pages and sift out material and report it for the public to hear. Those were the days when WhatsApp and email was non-existent.
31 gone, 85 for 3. Badu back for his 7th now. Pretty close to wide. Umpire almost outstretched his hands. Here, Carl Moore, manager extraordinaire. Started at the youth level and went on to the senior level. And even while not in the 592 physically, he's still glued to his television set. You mentioned WhatsApp because even in this age, persons would utilize the services of WhatsApp. Mr. Carl Moore would call direct, would call straight, not utilizing the technology of WhatsApp. .85 for 3. Just too wide of the mark, Buru. Not forcing Mahabir to play or to play these deliveries.
Well, it's really a now a matter of time, John. Just 6 needed for victory, 111 balls. And it can only go one way from here. Mohabir playing it safe. He's on 7 off 27. Dindial on 29 off 35. They would want to see this through to the end. And I'm sure once they get over that mark, there would be raucous celebration by the Demerara players, beating Berbice twice in the space of 3 days.
You'll say, yes, that is a reason to celebrate.
And these guys boast about these things, eh?
Oh, yes.
When Demerara beat Berbice and Berbice beat Demerara, it's a fed in the cap.
Is that the game? Just 4 runs. So almost ending it in grand style. Still has the opportunity to do so with 2 runs still to go.
Yeah, good confident shot there from Alvin Mohabir. He moves into double figures now. He's on 11, 89 for 3 at the end of 32 overs. Just 2 needed, as you mentioned, John. And we're moments away from what would you say, a well-deserved victory, John?
Well deserved indeed. Like you said moments ago, they beaten opposition twice in the space of 3 days. Same tournament. It says something about your team. So deserving to be champions. Played unbeaten in this year's tournament. Quite a good team they have.
When you look back at the overall cricket, though, there are some things that these players need to tighten up on. We saw in the opening overs lots of extra being given away. 32 extras given away by Demerara in a total of 90. Those are things that they need to tighten up on as they make that transition to senior level. Drop catches by Berbice.
And that is the winning moment. They're going to come back for the second, and that will be the end of the game, end of the tournament. Demerara beating Berbice in the final by 7 wickets. Wicket-keeping finishing at 31. Winning by 7 wickets with lots of time to spare. Very early in the day, very early in terms of overs as well. So congratulations to Demerara for winning.
Yeah, John, a 7-wicket win. It go down in the book as a 7-wicket win here for Demerara. But when you look back at the scorecard there, Sachin Balgobin 11 off 52 deliveries, Romeo Denerine 22 off 62, and Jonathan Van Lang, he batted number 3, 9 off 14. There were some bother and some issues for them at the top of the order, being bogged down a bit. But the 2 most experienced batters for them, Alvin Mohabir and Mavindra Dindyal, bringing it home. The scorecard wouldn't have the amount of drop catches that were there, but at the end of the day, Demerara champions.
They had to bring out their trump. Kumar Prasad and Salam Khan started. 10 overs, 1 for 11. Pretty good spell, economical spell, but was too much for them to do. All spin attack. Machu Pataya 1 for 25. Afraz Buru 1 for 32. Khan wicketless from 6 overs and 2 deliveries. None for 22. Look at that. 7 extras as well. Not as bad as what happened in the first innings, but 7 extras is still 7 a lot. So congratulations again to Demerara. We'll take a break and come back with a presentation in a few minutes. Check to check to check check check. Check to check to check to check check check. Yeah, yeah, keep sticking all the time. Good, good, good. Man can't have a presentation yet, boy.
John, this has always happened, John. This is stupidity when they had a.
That's the only thing come this way.
Then I realized the match kind of early, though.
I thought how this guy Collins Stewart was, I thought he'll improve. I thought Collins the bad boy.
What am I calling him? So he's stable.
Oh, this you, huh? So you say you are interview the players or whatever. You know,
Which side you prefer? You gotta tell me. Which one you prefer as the background?
You know, better to face that way.
Just give me a hand to put. I think you say you're going to use the pavilion as the background.
Yeah.
You said you're using the pavilion as the background?
I didn't say.
Avinash.
Avinash.
I said that's the background.
Finisher? The 2 lines.
Yo. 9.
Everybody go down now. Go down. Enjoy.
Just use this for the camera for me.
Go down here now. Ahora esté bien.
Just turn it up. Mic test. Mic. Mic test. Mic. Turn it up, right? We are ready.
Okay, show it in fans, yeah.
Which one? Are you ready? Ready? Yeah. Yeah.
Anthony, I think that my mind will go for the outside.
Let me go over this side. And you stay over there. Press you, Connor. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you here to this afternoon's presentation ceremony. Very short. This tournament would have commenced on the 12th of April with the first 2 rounds of matches. Obviously, we would have played double headers for the first 3 rounds. And for the first time in a while, we've included a final, which was played today. Over the course of the tournament, we would have had outstanding performances by many of you, and players as well from the Essecobo team and the Select 11. So I want to congratulate, first of all the teams that would have participated and all the players that would have participated in this tournament. Now this tournament is played as part of the preparation for this year's regional tournament, which will be played in St. Vincent. And that tournament will commence in July 1st, right? Where we obviously will be trying to win the tournament this year. We've had the last 2 years, I think we finished 3rd and 4th, so we want to go all the way this year. So this is very important in the preparation stage for the regional tournament. Additionally, leading up to the departure of the team, our plan is to have a few practice matches, which we will announce in a later date. Right? I have at the head here with me, obviously the president of the Guyana Cricket Board, Mr. Krishna Singh, who's also a CWI director and chairman on the National Sports Commission. Also with me is Vicky Berbice, who is the technocrat and finance advisor to the Guyana Cricket Board. And just to go into the individual performance or individual awards, we have 2 individual awards apart from the play of the match. We'll start with the play of the match today.
Let me start first then.
You want to say? All right, I'll ask the president to say a few words before we go into those awards.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, before congratulating the 4 teams that participated in this tournament, let me commend the hardworking staff of the Guyana Cricket Board, all those who have made this tournament a success, including the ground staff, the people who helped to bring everything to the ground, not forgetting the hardworking people in the media and those who are in charge of the live stream. Let me say thank you very much, and they deserve a round of applause. This is age group cricket, and we have no winners and we have no losers. This is as part of the development process reaching the highest level, which is West Indies cricket. And so today I'd like to commend the team that brought first, which is Demerara. Congratulations. And the team that brought second, which is Berbice. Better luck next time. I just want to let you know that the development of our players across Guyana is an ongoing process, is a work in progress, and we need all the stakeholders on board. Everybody needs to participate individually and collectively. We need everyone to continue to work hard together. We at the GCB, we recently introduced the under-13 level, and we now gone to the under-23. So there's under-13, under-15, under-17, under-19, and under-23. And you probably recently heard at Cricket West Indies, there's a possibility of hosting now an under-23 tournament. So there's a long road ahead for you. So there's a lot of work to be done. As we speak, GCB is working assiduously to introduce a national T20 league and also a national T10 league. So there are lots of cricket for you to participate, but right ahead of you is the regional Under-19 tournament. And whoever are the lucky ones chosen by the selector, I wish you all the best. And I hope that you go and work hard and bring home the trophy. I think it's time we do that. Having said that, again, congratulations, everyone, and all the best.
Thank you, President. And just to reiterate what the President said, this level of cricket is very important. It's very important in development, because from this stage or from this level, you can get to as far as West Indies team after the regional tournament, obviously, if you perform well enough. So with the players, I just want to encourage you to continue to work hard, continue to work on your games, so you can improve every single day. So for the individual awards, player of the match today, obviously Demerara won the toss and asked Berbice to bat first, and a particular bowler made full use of whatever moisture or whatever it was in the pitch today. I think it might be a record, but I don't want to put me on record for taking 7 wickets in the Super 50 match of the Under-19 level. The player of the match today, Jonathan Van Long. As I said, we are not sure if that 7 wicket is a record, but it's a very good performance. Congratulations to Van Long. So the other individual award, the player with the most runs, and I think for showing his experience and for being around the national senior team setup as an emerging player, and being the captain of the Demerara team, Mavendra Dindyal, 151 runs, including a very well played 102 not out in the previous match against Berbice. I think he also finished not out today, so congratulations, and I hope you take that form into the regional tournament. And the player with the most wickets, we had Gulcharan Chulai with 9 wickets from Essequibo, but the player with the most wickets, Jonathan Van Long, 13. So Van Long would have taken the opportunity today to surpass Chulai. Congratulations. Now we move on to the runner-up trophy. Berbice captain, let me call the Berbice captain, Mr. Rampatab. Just come forward. Mr. Berbice.
Call energy to ask you some questions.
Indrajit. Sure, I'd like to ask Indrajit Prasad to ask Rampatap a few questions.
Rampatab, one of the brothers that played in this tournament. Today has not been Berbice Day. You have not defended the title that you won last year. Tell me, what actually went wrong today? 90 of 19 overs, not good enough. Tell us.
First of all, I must say congratulations to Demerara. First of all, in the batting department, we fail a lot because lack of preparation for us, and we didn't get no days to train during the week. So I must recommend that and report that we didn't get nothing against anybody, but we at least when we come up here, we needed a couple days to train so we could put ourselves in and get accustomed to this condition up here.
All right, you mentioned lack of training. Did that contribute to the number of drop catches we saw today?
Yeah, that is possible because if we execute things in practice match, we can't come out here and execute things on the field. So yeah.
All right, one last question to you, Rampatab. The bowling of Van Lang today. Bowled some short deliveries aimed at the body, some good one hitting good links and line outside the line of the off stump. Did that contribute to the demise?
Yeah, I must say, well bowled to Van Lang. He's a good bowler. He's a good player. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think he deserves a guy in a pick to me, for sure.
All right, so Van Lang, you're getting a guy in a pick from Rampatab, right? Congratulations to you. All the best, go well, and better luck next time.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, cricketers all, there must be a winner. And they played like true champions, unbeaten to the preliminaries and came to the final and played like champions, well deserved. Put your hands together for Demerara winning the Guyana Cricket Board Inter-County Under-19 Super 50 2024. Mavendra, don't get away. Just a few words to you. What's the feeling like winning this very important tournament, the Ghana Cricket Board Inter-County Under-19 Super 50 2024?
It's an amazing feeling. And the start of the tournament, the guys, we had an aim to bring back the trophy to Demerara, and we've done it today.
Yes, and you in the tournament, a magnificent 102 in the final preliminary game. Tell me, how were you able to score those runs?
I think with a little patience and good execution and good shot selection, I think it helped and I get the score.
Now tell me something, you represented the West Indies at the ICC Under-19 World Cup recently. What advice you will learn from that experience and this experience to every member of the Under-19 squad here?
Just work hard. With hard work, anything is possible. For those of the guys who didn't get selected in the national team, just keep putting your foot forward and keep training. Just keep working hard. You never know when it's your time. And with hard work and dedication, I think anybody could reach the highest level.
And final question for you this afternoon. You heard you've been given a challenge by no less a personality than Mr. Bisundi Al Singh, the president of the Guyana Cricket Board, to bring home the regional Under-19 championship. Are you and your boys up to the task whenever that team is named?
Yeah, for sure. It's also one of my aim to bring home a regional title. I've never done it since I've played regional cricket, and I'm looking forward for the challenge this year.
Best of luck. We shall dance when that comes. Anthony, it's back to you.
Thank you, Indrajit. I just want to end by saying congratulations again to the Demerara team for performing so well during the tournament. As Indrajit mentioned, they played unbeaten and they showed their superiority in all departments, right? And congratulations once again. Thank you.
You want to give him? We're going to give it to them.